寝ちゃえ寝ちゃえ。後で目覚めたら仕事をサボったあなたを笑うからね。
Okay, hello, hello. I hope you all had a Merry Christmas. I had a good time for my Christmas celebration. Spent it with family and all that. Alrighty. Now, today's gonna be exciting for me, because I can finally get into Polaris Bond, chapter 28. I'm finally caught up with the story. Took me a while to get here. Well, here we are. Took me over 30 PGR streams to get here. Alright. Polaris Bond. Oh boy. Alright. 36 out of 36 collection progress, huh? How many battles is that? That's like, what? 12 battle nodes? 12 combat stages? That's 12 combat stages, hang on. That is 62. Oh wow. That's a lot. Okay. It's a really long chapter, I've heard. I've also heard that it's not like... a few people have said like the chapter's been great. Others have said it's been meh. But one thing's for certain, it's a long chapter to get through. Alright, let's do this. Eventide. Shimmering well. Starting off with the combat. Oh! Okay. A Kowloong too. Oh boy, here we go. Ooh. Oh, straight what, huh? I didn't This is happening way too soon. I'm not ready, wait. His attacks are so delayed. It's like I'm fighting Inferno Rider. Ah, he has such a delay with his attacks. I can't dodge properly. I can't time my dodge right. That's the first proper dodge I've done. Jesus.
断してはなりません。歴史の中に消えてしまいなさい。
やだ。だから振られたく
弱き滅びるしかない。やはり私は崩壊なさい。刃の上で舞い上がる。歴史の中に消えてしまいなさい。たかがこの程度。崩壊なさい。刃の
偽りの王よ、これが有機生命体の最後だ。
He went straight into that. Like, there was no... Unless it's gonna start getting into it right now. Alright. For a country's citizens to have a deep love for their country, they must first have a deep understanding of its history. Qianmu, an outline of national history. Babylonia, all of the World Government Parliament, November 9th. So, without understanding Kowloong's internal affairs, Babylonia has no reason to negotiate with you. Especially not with Huashu and that transcendent missing. No, we can't form an alliance with you now. And I'm not even done yet. He waves the documents in his hand, bringing to mind what people did a century ago at what people actually recognized as the Parliament. I have a report from the Science Council stating that for the past 3 months, Gestalt's core has been continuously attacked by malicious injections from the outside. I hope we all still remember what Huashu did to us last time. The murmurs from the tiered Babylonia Parliament Hall sound like clanks of heavy chains that weigh down Pulao and Chaofang sitting at the center. Oh, they're here in Babylonia. And yes, I do remember what happened last time with Huashu. Freaking fake ascension, chapter 13. Their table is scattered with all sorts of files, from statistics to historical records, and even immigration records from the Great Evacuation. They all point to Kowloong. To prepare herself to discuss aid beyond the clean zone, Pulao has been poring over all these plans, blueprints, data, and history for 2 weeks now. Well, according to the data from the Niders Data Center, we currently have no information of Huashu's whereabouts, and the Niders Data Center holds no data on Huashu. We definitely haven't used Huashu to attack Babylonia when we don't even know where it is. See, Kowloong is the only reliable shipper there is now on Earth, and we can't do without Nider in case of potential emergencies at sea. The counselor who just spoke stands up. It doesn't seem like he was directing his words at Pulao, nor does he care what she said. Evidence shows traces of hetero creatures and the punishing in the ocean. All we have done over the last year to prevent the red tide from going into the ocean ended up being a waste of lives and Omega weapons, and that makes us look like a bunch of clowns. And I just so happen to have a report from the Science Council that clearly states that recent attacks on Gestalt did not come from Huashu. Moreover, it was proven years ago that the attack on Babylonia did not come from Kowloong, but from that ascendant, Luna. But this ascendant you're talking about went missing a long time ago, and that's something I thought we were all aware of, no? Can you prove Huashu is not in her hands? I can't. Meaning she is likely to have Huashu, right? Case closed then. That's a logical fallacy. Just because I can't prove Huashu is not in her hands doesn't mean Huashu is actually in her hands. That makes no sense. How can you assume? Do you have no empathy at all? The argument starts spinning out of control, with everyone trying to push their own agenda. Silence. With it, the hall is once again silent. Colin's somewhat lazy voice echoes in the Parliament Hall once again, though it sounds more reserved now than it did before. May I speak now, President Hassan? Go ahead. Hassan nods at Collins without saying anything else. For the world government, Corona is like a thorn in the flesh. There are all sorts of different fractions, even within Corona itself. Hassan agreed to Collins' return to the Parliament with this in mind, on the condition that Collins acts with discretion. I don't see any harm in aiding Kowloong, do you? As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing wrong with it. We can totally send some funds and supplies to help our friends on Earth. Yep. Ha! Startled by Litz's rare approval, Collins almost jumps out of his seat. Collins, however, unable to see what Litz's face is like, can't possibly guess what Litz is playing at. Even within Corona, factional struggles have never ceased. Because of Litz's earlier tactics, Collins left the Parliament for quite a while, creating a window for Litz to outshine him within Corona. This sudden approval left Collins unsure of Litz's intentions. I'm saying, even if the Parliament doesn't agree to aid Kowloong, we can still help them in a private capacity like... Oh, Duhong, I beg to differ. Another councillor stands up and starts speaking. Yes? The Parliament has to be the one making the call about this since the Knighter approached us formally for cooperation. Private cooperation and negotiations go against the spirit of the Parliament and don't follow the proper procedures. Am I right, Collins? Duhong's smile is ever present, but that doesn't make her words any less shrewd. That's the Parliament's stance, but personally I believe that if the Parliament can't help, we shouldn't just stand by and let things happen, right? This is assuming the Parliament won't agree to Kowloong's proposal, Collins. But I believe that we, Babylonia, or rather the world government, should offer appropriate assistance to Kowloong. I'm saying this as a counselor. And what now? And as a human. Well, of course. Collins glances at Litz as he stands up and forces a smile. I was about to say the same, actually. After a brief silence, the Parliament Hall erupts into waves of discussion. The complex and entangled factions within Corona are well known in both the government and the Parliament, and Corona's profit-driven and power-centric ideology has long been criticized. However, this collaboration proposal between Babylonia and Kowloong is clearly a matter of morality for Babylonia, with almost no real benefits to show for it. Especially for Corona, that is. So why is it that they're okay with teaming up, or with helping? 5 hours before the meeting. File number... Sorry. What are the immigration files that the guys down at the Parliament want to see again? I'll handle it. We'll look into the records from the Union, and that's before the old Kowloong Chamber of Commerce. We'll have to speak with the Immigration Bureau and the Administration of Archives. Now, Palau, I'll need you to get in touch with the Knighter. Palau lets out a long sigh, puts down a thick stack of files, and slumps into an antique armchair. A stack of documents seems to merge into the documents on the table and disappears from sight. We lost a great portion of the documents we used to have during the Great Evacuation, and there really isn't anything we can do about it. The Immigration Bureau and the Administration of Archives might not even have the records we're looking for now. I mean, Dai probably didn't bother taking them when he left Kowloong. Some of the documents he took away are probably still sitting in the archives in Kowloong's Fuxi Design Bureau. They're just all over the place. But why do they suddenly need all these documents? Why are they making things so complicated when it is supposed to be a simple discussion about reconstruction aid? Well, they might not actually go through all over them. Huh? What do you mean? If the Parliament and the Control Court conduct a joint specialized investigation, They often ask for a ridiculous amount of information, so no one knows what they're trying to find out exactly. They do it all the time, and this is what was done back in the day in Kowloong. It's true that the Control Court doesn't hold a lot of seats in the Parliament, but they have more power to push bills than anyone else because they hold oversight, and that's why no one wants to rub them up the wrong way. The fact that they went to such lengths to have the Parliament inquire about these things means there's something they want to know. The question is, what exactly are the Parliament and the Control Court trying to look into here? Du Hong rubs her temples, not missing a beat in her review. It ultimately comes down to money and resources. The fuss, though, something feels off. An elderly man by the entrance pushes the door open slightly and nods to Du Hong. Yes? Councillor Litz from the Diplomatic Court has urgent matters to discuss with you in the Chamber's reception room. Litz? Kurono. Don't think they're here for a pleasant chat, aren't they? Guess it has to do with this inquiry meeting? Probably. Du Hong did see the possibility of Kurono sticking their nose into the inquiry meeting, but she never thought they'd just go ahead and send one of their guys over for her like this. They're either here to talk about conditions or make threats. Guess they want us to bow down and swallow all those conditions to work with Babylonia. Not to mention there will be a bunch of grown-ups telling us how to do what. Ugh. They only give Kowloong a damn when their interests are under threat. Don't even get me started on their attitude when they do need our help. I'm sure no one in Kowloong likes that. We were supposed to connect the world, but Kowloong as it is now is like a lone island. And that's not great at all. Guess we'll just have to stick that out for now. By the way, Chaofeng, I have them on the line now. Pulao hands her terminal to Chaofeng, does a stretch, and picks up the files from the desk. We'll take it from here. Thanks, Du Hong. Guess it's up to us now whether this ship sinks or goes on sailing. Will of Kowloong, chapter. Hey, Carefree Dot. Litz sits with his back straight in the reception room of the Kowloong Chamber of Commerce in Babylonia. He only opens his mouth to speak when he sees Du Hong enter. Councillor Du Hong. Hello, Councillor Litz. With only 30 minutes until the inquiry meeting, I'll get straight to the point. Since the incident with the Gestalt computing power lock, the Control Court has been focused on investigating the Science Council and Gestalt. The Control Court might appear to be looking into Washu and Chu's whereabouts on top of the power block incident. But what the Control Court really is looking into is intel that has to do with the Science Council from before the Golden Age, and the intel might have to do with Babylonia directly. Section 3? But I thought the Science Council only had 2 sections. If I may, when did you join the world government? A cold flash crosses Du Hong's eyes before it quickly vanishes. Right in the year the punishing broke out. Meaning you had been living in Kowloong until then. Yep. It's true that the current Science Council only has 2 R&D sections, namely sections 1 and 2. But during Gestalt's early development, there was a 3rd section dedicated to it. When Gestalt was completed, Section 3 was dissolved. I never knew that. There's indeed no written record of this matter. Only a few people know about this. At the time, everyone who was aware was put under a gag order, so it's only been passed down through memory and word of mouth. But you are quite young yourself, no? Where did you hear about all this? That's hardly the point here. Now, I just wanted you to know that I will push for Kurono's internal approval to vote in favor of Kowloong's construction aid at the Parliament. This shouldn't be disclosed privately between us. I can't trust any guarantees from Kurono, and can you alone represent Kurono? Good point there, but this is what I'm going to do. Aiding Kowloong isn't cost-effective from a financial standpoint, but morally speaking, Babylonia shouldn't leave a spark of self-reliance to go out on its own. Du Hong scrutinizes Litz's eyes, trying to figure out if this old fox is playing any trick. This man seems slightly different from she remembers of him at the Parliament. Shouldn't it be from what she remembers? What from? This isn't some sort of joke, right? It isn't. I have principles I must uphold and tasks I must complete. And these things don't conflict with Korono's interests. To put it bluntly, I'm using you and Kowloong. On what condition? I need you and Kowloong to investigate what the control court is after, because what they want might just happen to be what I want too. But we already have our plate full dealing with the Parliament's inquiry, and you should know that. You should have a talk with Uzumaki from Grey Raven then. I know for a fact that Uzumaki and Asimov are in touch on a regular and private basis. Grey Raven, huh? The Grey Ravens and Chu have quite a few things going on between themselves, dating back to the Kowloong battle. On top of that, the first elite task forces dispatched to assist Kowloong will be the Grey Ravens and the Strike Hawks once the inquiry passes. Wait, that's been decided already? But the inquiry hasn't even started yet. The diplomatic corps always prepares two versions of press releases ready. One for when things go well and the other for when things don't. A big part of politics is getting ready for when things end, even before you do them. When you put forth a plan about restarting the zero-point reactor and interstellar travel at the Parliament, I remember it was passed with a significant majority. Did you vote in favor? No, I abstained. Oh. Let's out a wry laugh. But I don't think that's going to happen again, because what we're doing this time doesn't involve all of humanity's interests. I happen to know that you have a penchant for ambiguity when it comes to important issues. Except ambiguity isn't what I'm looking for here, Chancellor Duhan. I need either a yes or no. Sometimes, all it takes is one split second for a decision to be made, except one never knows whether that decision is right or not after the fact. Deal. Present time. Silence, silence. Now that's rare. I thought Litz and Collins would vote against us. Is there anything else you wish to state, Miss Pulau the Nighter? Like a student whose name gets called out of the blue by the teacher, Pulau looks a bit flustered. No, there is nothing I wish to add. Allow me to reiterate the main profits of this proposal. For the foreseeable future, Babylonia will provide material aid to the Nighter and the survivors in the Kowloong area, while establishing a Eurasian maritime defense line against the punishing virus Kowloong. The goal is to eventually connect the clean zone and the conservation areas into one. Pulau, where's wife? She's in Kowloong. Chu is probably just still in. Unless you're talking about Hanying. And I'm assuming Hanying is in Kowloong as well, or on the Nighter. Right now, in this inquiry meeting, it's Pulau and Chaofeng that's in the meeting hall. Hassan clears his throat lightly and continues. Perhaps what I say next might undermine the impartiality of my position as president. I can't participate in the vote as a regular counselor, but I still wish to express my stance as a human being. In times of crisis, the continuation and future of civilization are not just entrusted to those of us sitting high in the halls. The future of humanity should be in the hands of everyone, regardless of status, gender, race, or color, whether they are frontline warriors or nameless individuals. Big man, you see the true doodle PFP? I'm all about that queen. Is that true? I can't tell. Just from the website here, I'm using, like, seeing the icon is really, like, the icon's really tiny for me to see. I can tell it's a doodle, but I couldn't tell what the doodle is. So that's true. Okay. Under the weight of our responsibilities, however, we often have no choice but to make cruel decisions, which is the price we pay for being where we are. When making these decisions, I am first and foremost a human being, and only then the president of the world government, Parliament. Perhaps one day, future generations will write about our cruel decisions as the downfall of human morality. We will proudly say that we also made decisions that represented the highest moral standards of human civilization. Please remember that we, the world government, set out to unite humanity and lead us toward a civilized future. Hassan's voice echoes through the Parliament Hall, where his voice is the only thing that can be heard now. I've stated my position. Let's now proceed to the vote. Gestalt will be counting our votes for on the world government's aid to Kowloong. With it, this group of people with enough power to influence the world enter their votes into Gestalt, from which a cold verdict of data is turned out. The proposal received 67.5% support, 14.5% opposition, and 18% abstention. More people just chose to abstain. The proposal has met the minimum threshold for passage and is therefore approved. Yay! She's so cute. I hereby declare... Wait. Oh? Asimov suddenly stands up right when Hassan is about to announce the proposal's approval. Why does this feel like deja vu? Yes, Asimov. President Hassan, I'm not here to obstruct this proposal. In fact, I voted in favor of it as a member of the Parliament. But before we go ahead and announce its approval, I request that Gestalt independently assess whether this proposal should pass. Asimov's words sent a ripple across the otherwise quiet Parliament. I beg your pardon? The law states that the Parliament has the power to make the final call. Formally, however, the Parliament can refer to Gestalt's opinions. Mr. Asimov, this vote means the Parliament has already approved the proposal. I mean, there's no precedent for asking Gestalt after a proposal has already been passed, right? Are you worried that Gestalt might oppose it? Or are you just not sure if this is the right decision to go with? Well, she does have a point there. If Gestalt votes against it, that could be a problem, right? Do not keep me from helping wife. He's part of the Parliament. When did that happen? Isn't he like... He's chief technician of the Science Council. I didn't think he'd be like... Well, actually, I kind of understand. No, like for the Science Council, yeah, I guess. Like if he's the one representing, that makes sense. Like I said, it's the Parliament that gets to make the final call, and not Gestalt. Tisk. More like Asimov. As a counselor of the world government and chief technician of the Science Council, I insist on this request. Yeah, chief technician of the Science Council. With it, the commotion dies. Fine. Hassan's voice breaks the silence. Let's put it through Gestalt and see what it says. In the faint light that showers on him from above, Asimov stares at the central screen. He knows that Gestalt isn't physically here, but his gaze seems to pierce the dark screen and reaches straight into the heart and brain deep of Babylonia. I fully support this proposal. Fully! Colin slams the table in anger. At the same time, Litz, sitting not too far away from him, feels a weight lifted off his chest. In Gestalt's terms, fully means 100%. Based. Meaning this proposal has 100% of Gestalt support. This is incredibly rare. I mean, in all my years in politics, I've never seen Gestalt fully support a cause. 100%. Unbelievable. Passed with 100% support. Asimov, any other questions? No, thank you, Mr. President. Asimov bows at Hassan and sits back down, his eyes fixed on the cold, somewhat terrifying 100%. That is kind of just straight up fully supported, 100%. Huh. 100% means full, complete, total, and necessary. Well, yes. At this moment, he no longer cares about Kowloong, Litz, or Hassan announcing the proposal's approval. He doesn't care about the negotiations they'll be having with Kowloong during the second reading. Gestalt, what exactly are you so scared of? Losing Chu is not an option. Gestalt is just a closet Chew lover. Gestalt just secretly is in love with Chew. That's why. The waves swirl around the feet of the girl floating in midair, and the sea breeze blows off her hood, revealing her brown braids. Oh no, is this... She looks at the city hidden beyond the horizon over 2,000 kilometers away, trying to picture that city and the grand civilization it stands for. Read, understand, and learn. Let's get started then. Cradle. The Innocent. Polaris Spawn, Chapter 28. Yippee! Kind of felt weird starting the first node off immediately fighting as like Chew and Pulau. It's kind of weird. I was gonna say like it kind of just came out of nowhere, but then looking back at some of the other previous chapters of this game, whether it's main or from side, it's kind of like on par. It's kind of standard. I feel like if it was instead, I feel like if Floating Reverie, the Han Ying patch, came before, like directly before Polaris Spawn, then I feel like it would be a lot nicer in terms of like it would feel more like cohesive, or gives it that sense of continuity. Hey, my name is Chew. Want to know how we got here? Here's how. Yeah, I figured that would be it. Yeah. But like coming after like Aeon Reforged, it just feels like it just out of nowhere. But who knows? maybe this. I don't remember when the events of Aeon Reforged took place, because this meeting they had in that dialogue was on November 9th. So I don't remember when specifically for Aeon Reforged that was happening, or when Aeon Reforged was happening. Maybe Aeon Reforged was taking place during, I don't know. Oh wait, no, it was before. No, it was before they found Commandant, or it was before Commandant came back to Babylonia after they went missing. So that took place. So the events of Aeon Reforged took place around spring, like April or May. This is all you. Okay, so this is like months after Aeon Reforged. Months after Aeon Reforged. But compared to Cradle Parade, maybe this happened... I don't know. I'm trying to put together the timeline of this. Regardless, this is happening months after. Accomplice. November 9th. 2 hours before the inquiry meeting. Alright, 2 hours beforehand. Asimov is still going through the report with a long face when you finish reading the last page of it and close the file. Let me finish reading it. Having introduced herself as Du Hong, this counselor of Kowloong shakes her head, signaling that she doesn't mind Asimov taking his time reading the report. The over 200-page report didn't take you all that long to skim through because you barely understand anything. That's funny. I don't know what any of this means, so I'll just quickly read through it. But from the look on Asimov's face now, you can tell just how much the details in the report matter to him. Holy. I can't believe this. Asimov picks up the coffee cup by the table like he always does, failing to maintain his usual composure. Where did you get this report? An old friend? Well, I guess I wouldn't call them that. Anyhow, I promised them to keep the source of this report confidential. Has anyone else seen this report? Only a few people know. Totally goes to show the taste of that bunch of lunatics, I suppose. Hey, are you seeing this? Yes, and the data is crystal clear. Hwashu, the mechanoids in the North Asian Research Institute of Life Science and Evaluation. They've got themselves a rowdy party, I see. I remember this. This was at the end of Floating Reverie. Hwashu came up with Tabula Akasha, and it's obvious that these hackers are trying to copy that. They even went as far as stealing the technology that Nadi had come up with on brain science. But they only ended up replicating a tiny part of Villier's technology, which is why they weren't able to build a second Hwashu and Tabula Akasha. Nothing borrowed is ever groundbreaking. Never hurts to give things a try, no? I don't exactly have faith in something that a bunch of lunatics come up with. Do you believe in Tabula Akasha? It doesn't really matter if I do. Well, live on as a bargaining chip for us then. I don't really understand why you keep that data, but this better not screw up our deal. I need these things as a trump card, and I have the intel you want. We both have what the other person wants. For someone who tells the world how much he hates politicians, this move is a rather political one, wouldn't you say, Mr. Ballard? Oh! I only care if things get done. Exactly what I thought a soldier like yourself would say. For Winter. I see it. I'm still curious why you're interested in these things. I've seen the old files you'd left at the world government, the classified ones, that is. And based on your actions and resume, you don't seem like someone interested in these inhumane things. My principles remain unchanged. I'm disgusted by the fact that I have to do things in ways less than glorious, but intel and info are power. I wouldn't worry about things I don't need to worry about if I were you. Very well, then please give me what I need. Hesitance didn't show up as part of your personality in your profile. Just weighing my risk here. Do you really think I'm stupid enough to betray you over a secret that can shake all of Babylonia? This report has been in the making since my time at the Security Intelligence Bureau. What I'm trying to do is more important than this report. I've heard a lot about what the world government's Security Intelligence Bureau did to get their hands on what they wanted. But as you can see, I am ostracized in Babylonia because I'm from Kowloong. And in Kowloong, I am ostracized because I am a government official. I have no family, no children. Well, I assume you've done your research about me already, no? I hope this report can be put to good use in your hands. Stirring up public opinion and sentiment within Babylonia will make it easier for me to do what I want to do too. Of course. We're in this together. Besides this source of intelligence and me, it's just you two. Two? We can talk about this later. Everything aside, do you know what this report means? It's lies. Lies that span decades. Everything we know today and the technologies we benefit from as a civilization, they're all riddled with lies. Asimov puts his coffee cup back on the table, unable to stop his hand from shaking. Asimov didn't seem to notice the transcendent that just came up in the conversation. Not only that, he even showed a slight lapse in his otherwise always logical speech. This, as far as you can recall, is a first. Asimov. Oh, thanks. This isn't until you grab Asimov's arm that he snaps out of his fear and shock. He casts a glance at you and Duhong sitting at the table. At last, his gaze finally lands on the book-thick report on the table. From the start of the Gestalt project by the Science Council to the last great evacuation, this report covers every last detail of the project overviews and branches. Safe to say, this report is like an index. No, it's more like a phylogenetic tree. Just like how all life on Earth as we know it is part of a phylogenetic tree. Fort Winter, Project Winter, Project Catella, Mine, the Inver device, and Tantalum copolymer, including Hwashu, Tabula, Akasha, and the humanoid hybrid construct plan that no one really ever talks about. No, there is more to it than everything I just said. There's also the interstellar navigation plan that includes Babylonia itself, the mechanical consciousness experiment that no one has ever been able to find any data for, and countless other technical details that I've never heard of myself. These determine everything we know today, as branches and leaves of this evolutionary tree. As certain marked nodes of special technologies and years, some technologies and events split off from the previous branch to become leaves. As he speaks, Asimov flips open the report on the table. For example, here, internal notice from the Science Council's Research Ethics Committee on Inhumane Human Experiments. Oh, jeez. According to the agreement between the Science Council's Ethics Committee and the Science Council, the following statement was made. The Science Council has always opposed inhumane human experiments. This decision is based on the evolution of human civilization and scientific morality over thousands of years, in line with humanity. Okay. No group, organization, institution, or individual shall use coercive or non-coercive means to require any natural person to participate in live or non-live human experiments unauthorized by the Science Council. Researchers involved in such experiments will not be accredited by the Science Council and will be expelled. The Science Council is committed to eradicating such experiments. Based on the above consensus, the decision to expel Mr. Bernard Godwin has been made in light of his unauthorized inhumane experiments seriously violating the moral bottom line of humanity. Consistent with this decision, we hold reservations regarding the world government's authorization for death row inmates to participate in related experiments, which we learned from Cradle Parade. This is an internal notice that's never been made public. Oh. It seems like this internal document actually indicates the Science Council's opposition to the world government's notorious human experimentation bill. I only know that there was once an inhumane human consciousness experiment in Kowloong. The council publicly condemned it, but that incident happened long after the date on this notice. The human consciousness experiment in Kowloong. Are you talking about the Fuxi Research Institute case, where they misappropriated mind and AI technologies? Yep, that's exactly the one I'm talking about. The case was closed before I started my political career. I remember Chu personally took over the handling of it with the Science Council. That's right. According to records from the Science Council, that joint judgment brought about a lot of negative public opinion. I always thought that the Science Council had allowed these experiments to happen until then. But this notice is marked at the forefront of Project Winter and Project Catella, and the time is much earlier than when the judgment took place. Logically, the Science Council wouldn't issue a notice for something that hadn't happened yet. Which means, it seems like the Council saw Project Winter coming, even back then. Exactly. The Science Council isn't a political entity, but there was no way for it to stay out of this political mudwater. None of these made sense to me at first. I mean, I'm sure the Science Council was well aware of Project Winter's existence, and given how they tended to conduct themselves, there is no way they would have allowed these parasites to grow within its ranks. But judging from what it says in this report here, the Council knew all along that this would happen. They might have put up a hard fight back then. We never know. This notice is where these inhumane experiments under Project Winter started. In the Science Council, expulsion is the most severe punishment. Without the Council's certification, no researcher can obtain any funding or support through official channels. Not only that, they'd end up being a laughingstock and having their dignity destroyed as a scientist. It sounds like some sort of ancient medieval religious punishment. I see the resemblance too, and I guess it works quite well. At least the Science Council was already aware of these filthy parasites back then, and tried to get rid of them. Except those lousy maggots that had been expelled found new rotten flesh to live on. Damn, he really has a deep hatred for that. He's using filthy parasites and lousy maggots to describe them. He has a deep hatred. Understandable. Especially if it's in the topic of inhumane human experiments. Conspiracy Theories, the chapter. It's a lot of information to soak in. Asimov looks at you, and after a knowing nod, says no more. You mean Corona? Yes. Asimov presses his temples hard, looking as though he is facing a bunch of towering executioners of human morality rather than a 200-page report. If we cross-check the names of those people working for Corona with the names of those who got expelled by the Science Council, we'll probably see that half of those working for Corona are those who got kicked out back then. Or at least, that's what I remember. Just like a tree, they branched out from this node as a thick branch. For example, next to this thick branch is the Mechanical Consciousness Experiment, and this isn't something you can find in the Council's database in Babylonia. Experiment log number 08221. MPA-01 asked me today if machines have souls. Oh! To be honest, I don't know how to answer that question. The so-called soul is, of course, a non-existent supernatural phenomenon, but this has not been objectively proven. Or rather, machines are something we don't yet fully understand to this day, and because of that, I can't make a judgment on whether they have souls. I can't draw conclusions on things I don't fully understand. But if mechanical consciousness really does exist, or if machines can readily make it, would machines think that this thing that they have in them is a soul, like what the Greeks believed thousands of years ago? Regardless, I believe that both MPA-01 and MPL-00 are the right keys to the future. Yeah. Kagma project was Corona. It seems. This is what we old folks from Section 3 believe. Because Section 3 got dissolved after Gestalt was developed. So this was before Gestalt. It took 48 years to prove the Higgs boson, 54 years for black holes, and a century for gravitational waves. If we can't solve this problem, our successors will. If they can't, then their successors will. The machines we ran into in Constellia have souls and self-awareness too. Yes, it seems like these machines with self-awareness came from the Science Council too. The models mentioned in these reports might be crucial clues. And we just might gain a whole new perspective of civilization and the machines themselves if we learn about where these machines come from. I mean, they might have already formed a sizable group already. That's besides the point now, though. Duhan cuts off Asimov's train of thought somewhat rudely. We need to get to the bottom of this. There must be something in this report that only makes sense to you and not us. Seemingly a little disgusted, Asimov closes the report and lets out a long sigh. Well, look. Wait a sec. You had to cut him short, as much as you hated it. What exactly is it that you're trying to do? Coming to Asimov at this time with this report, and asking him to help you spot clues in it. Yeah, Babylonia doesn't know about the Treasure Machina. I don't think Cervantes even mentioned the church to us during Renaissance du Fantastique. I don't think he's mentioned it to us at all. In fact, I don't think he's mentioned it at all in that entire chapter, Cervantes. So yeah, they don't know about Church of Machina. They just know that they just know that there are mechanoids that are self-aware now. Isla saw it in his memories. Oh yeah, Isla did see it in the memories. She didn't even mention that? That seems to be like crucial information. She didn't go to anyone in Babylonia about it? Oh, she doesn't, I don't think she knows what it is. Oh, okay. 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 Mr. Benny. I was going to use it as a bargaining chip to win Babylonia Parliament's absolute support for the Kowloong aid plan. Except I have another bargaining chip now. See? See, I'm sure there are people in Babylonia who are more interested in this report than the politicians. Aren't you both interested in what's behind that golden age that got human civilization to where it is today? I've been caught in the mire of politics on more occasions than one. I'd rather keep my distance from the likes of you. Well, don't say that. I mean, you can. I mean, I'm pretty neutral towards Duhong, so say the first one. You're right. Politics has never been clean. I've never considered myself righteous, or maybe I've just been in this circle far too long to remember what it's like to be righteous. Damn. She really hit it with that line. But that's also precisely why politics can achieve things that people can never hope to achieve with just science or war. The world has never been black or white. True. With a smile, she pushes her bargaining chip on the table toward you and Asimov. You can have this report and handle it however you see fit. On 2 conditions, that is. First, I need you to help me get to the truth. This will involve a special inquiry investigation initiated by the Control Court in Kowloong, and I need the Niter to pass this inquiry. This report might not be the only thing that motivated the Control Court to take action, but my hunch is that this report has to be part of what motivated them to do what they set out to do. Secondly, if you plan to disclose this report to the public, and I believe you will, I need you to be fully prepared and only reveal it once everything is settled. The public has the right to know this. That's it? That's it? Why should we trust you, though? You don't have to. I mean, there aren't many in this world who do anymore, but I believe you will trust the facts. Besides, aren't you two in this together like twins? ... What's going on? Asimov casts a puzzled glance at you, but quickly guesses what Duhong is getting at. Let me guess. Project Winter? Is this a threat? Oh my goodness. She bursts out laughing. Metaphor. Do you get it? It's a metaphor. I guess people never tell you that you're good at joking, do they? Asimov, what do you think? This report is going to cause quite a scene if we ever make it public. The Parliament is going to lose people's trust, and that probably goes for the Science Council and the military too. We don't know how people are going to see constructs, mechanoids, and even ascendants. This report can definitely stir up a bombshell of controversy, and I can totally imagine the Parliament getting backlashed over it when that happens. Asimov places his hand on the heavy report, looking like a clergyman swearing to God. Now I can easily imagine that. The look in his eyes, however, is all but hopeful. But if we don't admit past mistakes and completely remove the rotten flesh under the scar, neither humanity nor we can move forward. People have the right to know the truth. People have the right to know the truth. So, I guess we have a deal here? Asimov looks at me, and the two of you nod at each other. Accept your conditions. Well then, please go on. Duhong casts a glance at Asimov's hand on the report. With it, he continues going with the heavy book of history. Interesting. Long before the Golden Age, the Science Council was merely a loose, borderless organization of scientists from around the world. As time went by, though, only bits and pieces of what happened back then survived, which makes it impossible to find out what actually happened. Back then, mankind was going through a Great Depression like we had so many times before, and that caused natural sciences to stop progressing. The world was lacking guidance from social sciences, and there was this global war that had evolved from proxy wars. It was a true dark age, and humanity was stumbling as we ventured into a limited future. The way the council was organized back then resembled the way religious groups were organized back in the Middle Ages, except the faith that gathered people under its banner was not religion but science and progress. And the Science Council as we know it today only came about when Dominic had unified all those scientists around the promotion of civilian cold fusion technology, and the material science explosion was taking place based on the earliest inferable records. In the end, it was the torch of science that illuminated that era akin to a quagmire. The new furnace is now ablaze, forging a future of boundless possibilities and hopes for gold-like humanity. And the rest is history. Everything took off flying and progressed at record speeds, like what Babylonia's textbooks say. I always thought that human civilization would have died a long time ago without construct tech. But there are things hidden in that area that we haven't yet seen, and those things are what really matter. This report reminds me that it's the root of this massive system tree that constructs everything we know today. This report, though, seems to intentionally leave out all information about this root. And this core and root that's been constantly leaving out of the picture is Gestalt. Project Gestalt is a super project that gathered the world's elite talents from natural sciences to social sciences. It was the most ambitious human endeavor. The annual budget alone was enough to complete a small space fleet. I mean, we could destroy Babylonia now, and still... Wait, no. We could destroy 10 Babylonias now, and it wouldn't matter. It'd be a breeze for us to make a new one any day of the week so long as we meet the conditions. But Gestalt we can't afford to lose. We use it to judge the operation of constructs, output paradigms for the invert device, regulate the life support system and flight posture of Babylonia, and control 36 cold fusion reactors in the Longinus arsenal. Theoretically, we could even reverse engineer the punishing with it. It's almost like an inexhaustible, omnipotent black box. With our current technology, we can only glimpse half of what's in Gestalt and its functions, but just this half is enough to get us to where we are today. Another way to look at it is that Gestalt contains a lot that we still cannot fully decipher, which is why it's called a black box. So, this report is more than a catalog of Golden Age technologies. It's more about the entire technological wave stirred up by Project Gestalt itself. Exactly. Project Winter, Project Catella, constructs, and mind technology, including Huashu, are merely branches and leaves that grew from Project Gestalt. Except mankind's morals weren't where they are today when they put it to work. It sounds like you're certain everything back then was done right. Asimov falls silent. He rubs the cover of the report, where a name is signed under the Science Council emblem in Chinese, English, French, Russian, and Spanish. Oh wow. Dominic. What people truly miss from that era isn't the order, wealth, or peace, but the spirit of progress. Anyhow, as far as this report goes, the core issue likely lies with Gestalt. But you just said there are things that we don't fully know about Gestalt, no? Yes, and the Parliament is aware of this too. A lot of important Gestalt documents were lost during the Great Evacuation, and if you couple that with Gestalt's inherent limitations, we're now only relying on half of what Gestalt was able to do during the Golden Age, like I said earlier. What about the other half? Asimov shakes his head. It's inaccessible, or maybe we just haven't figured out the right way to access it. But I managed to dig up an older document record from Gestalt after the Utopia incident. Says Asimov as he turns on his terminal and pulls up a photo. Utopia from... What was the chapter called? It's the one with Alyssa. I can't remember the chapter name. Everglowing Justice. Jeez. I don't know why, but I kept on thinking Flame of Hope, but Flame of Hope is the OST name. It's an old, slightly yellowed paper document with the Science Council emblem printed in the middle, and below it, written in deep blue ink, is a line that reads, "Effective today, Dr. blah 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 has been recalled from Kowloong to supervise Section 3 of the Science Council." Half. Gestalt could be so OP and it's already OP. Right? That isn't even its full strength. What's peculiar, though, is that this document, which seems to be a transfer order, lacks an issuer and has the most crucial name blacked out. Right. Kowloong. And check this out here. Asimov opens the report on the table again and points at an experiment log he's just read. Man, okay. Regardless, I believe that whether it's MPA-01 or MPL-00, they are the right keys to the future. This is what we old folks from Section 3 believe. Section 3. It used to be a section under the Science Council, like the current R&D Sections 1 and 2. During Gestalt's early development, there was a third section dedicated to it. When Gestalt was completed, Section 3 was dissolved. There's nothing left of it now. Asimov looks stunned, almost unable to speak. Where did you hear about all this? Doesn't matter where I heard about all this. Duhong takes the report from Asimov and points to the date on the experiment log, continuing. If this experiment log was written by researchers who moved on from Section 3, this means Section 3 might have already been dissolved by then. This date on it is pretty late, and this is after they were done developing Gestalt. The Science Council does have a habit of establishing special development divisions for specific tasks and dissolving them when the task is done. And this Section 3 was likely a special division established by the Science Council specifically for the development of Gestalt. How so? Because their tasks didn't overlap. The permanent Sections 1 and 2 have clear distinctions. Since the Golden Age, Section 1 has focused on theoretical and basic sciences, while Section 2 has handled astrophysics and interstellar engineering projects. Neither Sections 1 or 2 could build Gestalt on their own, since it's an immense task that encompasses all of mankind's knowledge. We know Dominic was another super AI. Apparently the one from Chapter 27 isn't the real one. What if the real Dominic AI is a combination of it, Gestalt and Huashu? Oh! Interesting. What if, yeah. Yeah, the one from Chapter 20, from before. Not the real one. Because I had the quotations around the name. But I wonder, that's interesting. That's crazy. Interesting. I can't say with certainty just yet, but it seems likely that Section 3 was the one handling Project Gestalt. Say, if we could prove that Section 3 existed around the same time Gestalt was being built, that still wouldn't be a game changer, but it'd still be pretty solid. Is there a way to find out when that Kowloong scholar was transferred to the Science Council? We don't know yet. Okay, so it's not... Okay. It's not... I said I thought it was like Duhong. That was the scholar mentioned. Dr. blah 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 during that transfer thing. So it's not Duhong. At least not this Duhong. Obviously it's not this Duhong we see on screen. I was thinking that it might be like her husband, Duhong. I'm not sure. It could be entirely, a completely entirely different character. We don't even know what this person's name is. Why the silence, Duhong? All you and Asimov see in Duhong's sunk eyes is even deeper doubt when the two of you look at her. I know what you're thinking. As far as I know, there is only one scientist from Kowloong who could ever hope to aspire to such heights. Mind you, though, this individual isn't exactly someone you want to hang out with. Villiers. Are you talking about Villiers? Right on the money. Well, actually, I don't think I'm going to comment on his mental state. So it is Villiers then. But if he really is the one who came up with Huashu, then he might have been the one appointed to lead Section 3. He's smart enough to handle a super project like that, and he did earn a doctorate in Kowloong Central University. Oh, so it is so it was Villiers. I don't think he's the guy we're looking for here. Okay, well, never mind. Duhong is like, yeah, he's got all this stuff, but I've only heard Usabeni mention this name in the mission report. In terms of capability, though, I'm sure the designer of Huashu could definitely handle Gestalt. Is that so? Well, that almost made him one of those responsible for Babylonia's fall, then. And Gestalt has been under external attacks from unknown sources like that, like what happened a few years back, which is something the Control Court might be taking advantage of. Can't think of a worse time for this discussion to happen. Hua Shu left a signature when he invaded Gestalt last time, and I've already gone ahead and reported the recent reverse engineering of external attacks to the Parliament. We can't conclude it's Hua Shu yet. Du Hong lets out a deep sigh and shakes her head. Anyhow, I don't know where Hua Shu is. But regarding my first condition, I just wanted to let you both know that you need to exercise caution if the Control Court is looking into Gestalt. The Control Court could run us over any day of the week if they so wish. At least we're not dealing with Corona here. I'm not going to let them politicians stick their noses into this before I get to the bottom of it. And I'm gonna help to... No. Question mark? The Parliament is definitely going to pass this proposal concerning Kowloong at the inquiry today. And once that's done, the diplomatic court will coordinate with the military to designate Grey Raven and Strikehawk as the representatives of our military aid to the Niter and Kowloong. Is that already decided? Du Hong nods without saying anything. Hush and dirty as always. Now remember what my second condition is? You're the only one able to do all these in Babylonia, Asimov. Asimov too nods without saying anything. I'll try to look into Villiers and this Kowloong researcher we were talking about. If all else fails, we'll have to count on Tabula Akasha and see. Chu? Is Chu still alive? That'd be correct, yes. It's been so long since you last saw the Transcendent that it takes you a good few seconds to recall this monarch of Kowloong. Life will fade, machines will break, and the world will perish. This is why things that have value must be preserved. Kowloong will be the final epithet of Earth. When all lights go out, when all goes dark, this place will still burn. Like fire, we will stay a beacon for visitors in the eons to come. They will know that we, humanity, lived. Like fossils, we will leave behind a legacy. This is Kowloong. This is Tabula Akasha. Resistance is futile. Accept death with grace. That's the way we, the once ruler of Earth, should bow out. She was just having a bad week back then. Don't hold it against her. And through this war, I finally realized that to complete Tabula Akasha, the world must first be ended. I came here expecting a certain ascendant first, but no matter. Earth's demise is set in stone. The question of who goes first and who goes later is inconsequential. Fall and become history, Babylonia. War, rebirth, and farewell. That's when Lucia used the plume frame for the first time. But Gabriel did chew in, no? Nope, that didn't happen. Which is why Tabula Akasha continues even as we speak. I came across Project Tabula Akasha when I was going through this report just now too, and this is what it says. A comprehensive transcription of biological consciousness data and global information to construct a complete and coherent civilization-level data environment. It's not entirely accurate, but not too far off. Project Tabula Akasha is essentially a plan to digitize Earth's civilization. In theory, Tabula Akasha could replicate another Earth. Except, there wouldn't be any life in that world. There are no living beings in Tabula Akasha. It's a tomb. She would end all of human civilization for Tabula Akasha. Lucia, it's only now that you notice that you're clenching your fist so hard that the leather glove you're wearing is tightening on your hand. Which is why I said at the very beginning that we shouldn't bring up Chu until the end. I can't apologize to you and Lucia on behalf of Chu, but I can assure you that Kowloong harbors no ill will towards you now. Both Kowloong and Chu, as well as Tabula Akasha, have a very complex history. I don't fully understand the reasons here, but I think you'll probably hear directly from Chu in no time. Says Du Hong as she stands up. I've been in politics all my life, and lies and deceit have become part of my everyday life. So much so that we need to keep truths alive with all sorts of lies because the truths are often too fragile. Damn. That's why I can't stand politicians. I don't expect you to accept me. But regardless, please promise me that this truth must be revealed at the right time, and it must be revealed. Yep, that's exactly what I'm gonna do, even if you don't tell me to. The Parliament is going to be a real mess if they know that Chu is still alive now, so please keep it confidential for the time being. I don't like him acting like he doesn't know Chu, because that means the affection stories aren't canon. And our life partner Chu is something I argue daily in the day. You know, I respect the commitment. I really do. I respect it. It's always a fun time seeing someone show so much affection and love for a character in a game. I love it. Hey man. If people don't think it's canon, one thing that really should matter the most is that it's canon in your heart. Alright? It's your canon. Okay? Who cares about what anyone else thinks? It's your canon event. For you, you are the commandant. After a moment of hesitation, you stand up and grasp her hand. It's canon to me. Exactly. Nothing else should matter. If it's canon to you, that's all that matters. It's all that matters. I'm sick of being kept in the dark. Let's end this. Now, we're really in the same boat, aren't we? No. As far as I'm concerned, my life depends on this, and that's just the way it is for me. Crazy. That's a lot of information in one note. Crazy. Alrighty. That's interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. People of Kowloong. Residential area of the South Hexabridge port in Kowloong. To celebrate his 80th birthday, that's coming up in 2 days, Ma has made a reservation at the Huz on North 12th Street. 1 hour streaming, 2 notes done. It's a lot of reading, that's for damn sure. It's a lot of reading. Yeah, I'm starting to think there might be there's gonna be 3 parts to this. Yeah, it's gonna be 3 parts. That's gonna be a first for PGR here for me. That's gonna be a first. That's crazy. The Huz isn't an overly big restaurant. At most, it can fit only 8 tables. Ma is thinking about inviting some old friends from the Niter and several old acquaintances who came back home over the years. In total, they could fill 2 tables, which would be quite lively. There has to be alcohol, except it's too expensive, which is why Ma is thinking about buying some from the grain shop tomorrow. But he isn't going to make his friends drink while eating pickled vegetables, so he's going to have to ask He to make some good dishes to go with the alcohol. Speaking of alcohol, man, on Christmas Day, having dinner with family and stuff, my uncle came into the house. He had like 6 bottles of soju. Each of them different flavors. I tried each of them. Pineapple one was my least favorite. Can't be too shabby. There's got to be a few cold dishes and a few hot ones. Damn, look at his robot arm. Ma calculates the expenses for tomorrow while stirring the grub in his pocket, sitting on the stone stool at the courtyard gate and sipping tea that has long lost its color. In 3 days, Ma would still be Ma, except he'll have turned 80 then. 80? This man looks not a day past 50. I don't know, man. He looks pretty healthy for an 80-year-old. However, with his granddaughter working and he himself having to take care of the chores at home, Ma looks all but like someone who's turning 80 in just a few days. That's what I'm saying. He's sturdy and is happy to do these things. He just can't stand not doing anything and would rather spend time keeping the house spotless. Mr. Ma, aren't you going to sit in the courtyard? A woman in a white coat comes out of the door and nods at Ma. No, I'm just soaking up the sun here. I'll go for a walk later. Don't forget your medicine. Yep, we'll get to it. Thank you. The woman in the white coat says nothing more, smiling and walking out of the alley. Ma likes you from the West Wing very much. The child grew up on the Niter, survived several terrible conflicts, and has finally settled down to become a doctor at the Southport Medical Center. Ma heard from his granddaughter that Yu was such a great doctor that even Babylonia was trying to recruit her as a doctor. Considering Collins is old enough to call Nikolai young, he still fights people. Age is... They stopped aging. They just stopped aging at a certain point. They say they're 80, but they're actually but they look like they're like 50 or 60. Babylonia. Humph. Another reason Ma liked Yu was that she didn't decide to leave Kowloong for Babylonia. Of course, he only heard this from his granddaughter, but Ma doesn't care if this hearsay is true. Out of his heart, he has a profound respect for people willing to make such a decision. They are old men like One Piece old men. Unlike the Gaos, who lived in the main house, Yu's family of 3 relies on her job to make a living. Her husband, a frail young man with thick glasses, stays home reading and writing all day like a real scholar. But seriously, how does one make a living writing poems and essays these days? Yeah, I can't argue against that. Their 6-year-old girl is adorable and always running around the yard or to the door of the East Wing asking Ma to play with her, or chasing butterflies and dragonflies with the knotweed he gave her. Aww. Mr. Gao is living in the main house, wears glasses like Mr. Hu, except Ma never sees Mr. Gao at home with his wife. They should be rich enough to have a kid or two, but Ma has never seen them with a kid. Which is why Ma always urges his granddaughters to settle down, or even just to start dating at least. He believes that it wouldn't be hard for her to find herself a proper man given his reputation. Ma stops fiddling with the grub in his pocket, smooths his unshaven beard, and starts daydreaming about holding a great-granddaughter or great-grandson. But whenever Ma brings this up to his granddaughter, she always brushes his mouth with all sorts of excuses. Their conversations sometimes even turn into heated arguments when he presses too hard. She's just being the teenager she is, I guess. The kid really reminds me of her dad, though. Ugh. He lets out a sigh and takes a big gulp of his now tasteless tea, then quickly stands up from the stone stool. The warm noon sun shines on his face, his deliberately grown beard almost covering the scar on the back of his neck. He stretches and walks into the alley. It's been 3 years since the Niter docked outside the port. The river that once nurtured old Kowloong City flows from the mountains in the northwest into Kowloong and branches out around an island in the city. One branch continues southeast into the sea, while the other flows out through the Hexabridge Gate in the old city's west. Due to the bay's structure at the southeastern estuary being unsuitable for port construction and too far from trade routes, the western estuary became Kowloong's commercial hub. The main axis of the Hexabridge Gate extended outward, dividing the entire Hexabridge port into northern and southern districts. The northern port district, closer to Kowloong's land transport routes, mainly handles local trade orders. There is, however, an exception: the Akdalek merchants who speak fluent Kowloong dialect, since the place is closer to the railway tracks. From chapter 11 and 12 has been 3 years. Yeah. 3 years. And Cradle Parade took place 1 year after Commandant disappeared. So when Commandant did disappear on April 1st, it would have been like around 2 years. They would haggle with northern port traders in fluent Kowloong dialect, or even write in the ancient trade symbols used by Kowloong merchants centuries ago. Despite their language and cultural differences, they have to adopt Kowloong's methods to secure their interests in this land. If goods arrived at the northern port and needed to be shipped from the southern port, they would be sent via underground rapid transport tracks. These tracks, resembling old era subways, are for transporting goods only. One can always trust the administrators in Bishi, I don't know, uniforms with their goods after telling them what to do. The freight handlers would load the items into lined containers, and within minutes, all the cargo would be swiftly transferred to the southern port docks. While the northern port, with its preserved rail transport, seems somewhat undeveloped, the southern port is a vision for the future. The entire southern port district is fully automated. Managed by Che Wen and Bishi, trade operates smoothly. People only needed to fill out orders on their terminals, and Kowloong would handle the rest, with all sorts of automated machines transporting goods. Shuttles and freight machines move through the complex overpasses and airways of the southern port, with massive containers traveling through the concrete jungle, eventually ending up on cargo ships bearing Kowloong. Even in this age of automation, these massive ocean freighters retain a tradition from the Golden Age. Each ship is still led by a captain. Once at sea, the captain holds absolute authority and has to live and die with the ship. One by one, the ocean routes weave an ever-beating heart, connecting Kowloong to the world of splendor. These ocean freighters are now known by another name, the Niter. Of course, Ma remembers these things. At this moment, he is crossing a dusty stone road for an old friend's courtyard on North 12th Street. Wooden poles support electrical wires over rows of houses, each with a different color: grayish blue, light blue, brick red, and various mixed hues. It's not because the people living here have different tastes, but because of all the building materials available in the northern port district years ago. Beyond these colorful houses, the sunset shines on the towering central purification filter on the main avenue. Next to this newly built filter is a massive, half-demolished cooling tower. The cooling tower, like a dead giant turned to concrete, stands next to the slender new filter. Thus, the dead giant and the new filter cast their shadows on the intricate paths of North 12th Street. The alley where He lived is much like Ma's, except merchants come by all the time because of He's restaurant, bringing a bit of the old hustle and bustle. When Ma pushes open the plywood gate and walks through, the noise around him instantly fades into the background. Hey, there you are. When He sounds... why am I using the word sounds? When He sees Ma walking in, he waves at him from under the tall Paulonia tree he's sitting, still wearing an apron. Compared to the other elderly men sitting around, He seems more lively, which makes sense, because he is actually younger. The other elderly men sitting around He move their stools to make space for Ma to join them. What's up? Where were we? We were just talking about Boss Shu's son. A tall, thin man sitting diagonally across from Ma picks up the conversation. He speaks slowly while peeling a sunflower seed. Ma recognizes him. They are actually quite familiar with each other. On a certain level, they've been through a lot together. Boss Shu's son. What happened? He's dead. Just straight up. Yeah, he did. Dead? This is probably what they were talking about before Ma got here. But the other elderly men sigh all the same when they hear this. Wait, what happened to him? I saw him at the shop when I went to get rice a few days ago. My wife said he went inside the rice dehusking machine for maintenance, and Boss Shu didn't know his son was in there. He turned on the switch. And you can probably imagine what happened next. Jesus Christ! Wen Che continues peeling his seeds calmly, as if life and death mean nothing to him. Oh, poor young man. It was entirely an accident. Boss Shu is just a few years younger than you, right, He? I think I'm 61 this year. Bao Fang! Bao Fang? He shouts across the yard. Yes? I'm 61 this year, right? Yes, why? Nothing, just checking. Bad memory, huh? I think he's just scared of his wife. The man sitting next to Ma rolls his left eye unnaturally, then pats the side of his head, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Master Su, why don't you get a new one? I'll bring it to my place and let you fix it for you. Nope, I don't think I'll need that. But seriously, you should probably... I said no. Hard like a rock, huh? Guess that's why he's still single now. The rest of the group burst out laughing, but Master Silla doesn't seem to care. It's not like that. It's not like it isn't working or anything. Hey, huh! A woman with a headscarf pops up from behind the plywood door on the other side of the yard as she waves a spatula toward her under the tree. It's mealtime. Get going already. Alright, I'm coming. He smacks his lips, puts the sunflower seeds back on the small table under the tree, and wipes his hands with his apron. Alright, see you all around. In the afternoon, the day after tomorrow, yeah? Of course. Alright, let's go over the dishes. You know what? We'll talk about that tomorrow. He nods and smiles as he rushes through the door and takes the spatula from the woman's hand. Told you he's scared of his wife? There's no way he could run a restaurant this size on his own without Baofeng. Master Se, how's the thing coming along? Wenche takes a sip of tea and tosses the seashells onto the heap of junk on the table. Master Se shakes his head and lets out a sigh. You're talking about the dossier, right? Yes. I heard it went missing back then because of the war. No biggie, I can live with that. You can probably manage, but what about your kids? Without saying anything, Master Se swallows a breath and stops drinking his tea. That money is rightfully yours, though. Ain't no way you're gonna miss your share. It's not like we're running short on food or anything, right? Master Se waves his hand, unwilling to continue the conversation. I've still got my son. Hey. Beep, beep, beep. Uh-oh. The faded terminal hanging on the Paulonia tree suddenly lets out a few sharp beeps. What's going on? Beep, beep, beep. Attention, attention. The Niger Representative Committee hereby asks that all residents return home in an orderly manner and await further instructions. Attention, attention. The Niger Representative Committee hereby asks that all residents return home in an orderly manner and await further instructions. All of a sudden, every single terminal in the residential area is broadcasting the same announcement on replay. Something is happening. Yeah, but I just got here. Ma stands up and stretches. And you, Master Se? I'm out of here too. Let's all head back home and talk tomorrow. Wenche shouts at the kitchen He has just gone into. His voice, though showing his age, sounds unusually clear over the repeated alarms. Yep, heard that, says He without coming out of the kitchen. Let's talk when this is over. When Wenche stands up with Ma, he feels a sudden pang of lightheadedness. Before he falls to the ground, though, a rough, age-spotted, firm hand that barely has any fingerprint left holds him by the shoulder. Take your time there. Thanks. Wenche nods at Master Se, who escorts Wenche to the door alongside Ma. Attention, attention. The Niger Representative Committee hereby asks all residents. Stay safe. Yep. Can you two make it back? There are people everywhere now. No biggie. We're just used to it. Master Se nods at them. Ma and Wenche step into the orderly crowd heading home under the guidance of the alarm. An elderly worker with graying hair removes the wooden bar from the door. He hesitates for a moment before closing the heavy door and latching it with a click. Master Se! He runs out of the kitchen and joins Master Se at the gate. Did Ma and Wenche head back already? Yes. Alright then. What about the kids? And Wang Sr.? Kids are all here. The children at the west wing door seem to have noticed Master Se, and scrambled back into the room. Unable to contain their curiosity, however, they peek out from the door. They've been running around all afternoon, but they're all here now. Let Xianche stay at the factory. If anything happens, the factory will take care of it. Of course. Wang from the main house can come in through the restaurant when he's back here in a bit, says He as he takes the door latch from Master Li and puts it on the gate. That thing isn't going to stop no one from coming in. Well, let's just say it's for peace of mind, yeah? Not the first time this is happening, though. He scratches his head and runs back to the steaming kitchen. He scratches his head. Turning to walk toward his room in the west wing, Master Se says no more. So, Master C? So, C. Alright, kids, chop chop and go in. Like an old bird urging his chicks back to the nest, He waves his arms. Hey, don't be scared. Nothing's going to happen, alright? Why'd you have to say that? With his chicks all back to the nest. He? Why is it capitalized? I think it's he. Oh, man. Oh, God. I'm getting confused. He feels at ease quickly walks to the gate in the courtyard. No, it was her. God damn it. I'm so confused. Her. Hey. Stop. Come and close the door. Huh? Huh? Hey. Huh? Having just gone into the kitchen, He quickly pokes his head out again, but Master Se is now nowhere to be seen. I'm heading to the factory. Make sure the kids behave. On his way back from North 12th Street to his large courtyard home, Ma saw Mr. Gao's family rushing home. Now the couple seems to be having a discussion with Yu's family in the West Wing. Welcome home, sir. Mr. Gao, who usually has little interaction with the Ma's, quickly invites Ma in. Once inside, Ma can't help but notice how anxious everyone here looks. What's everyone doing here? The Niter issued an emergency broadcast asking everyone to stay home. Said they had an important announcement to make. Well, God only knows what's going on, but this is pretty common, no? I mean, I was pretty sick and tired of all these emergency broadcasts back in the time when they did it every 2 or 3 days. Do you hear anything about anything else? The well-dressed woman standing next to Mr. Gao is his wife. Nay, no. Why though? People in the medical center were already talking before the night's broadcast. They were saying how Chaofeng and Pulau had negotiated these terms with Babylonia and that we'd all be moving to the clean zone. For real. A friend of mine who does business with Norman Minerals told me the same thing. He said we'd all be safe from punishing because the place is clean. The factory would be safe too if it gets moved there. Nonsense. Ma shakes his head disdainfully. We're finally back home after all these years out at the sea. Ooh, just who in their right mind is going to want to move again? Might as well just take us straight to Babylonia, no? Makes me wonder why they aren't doing that. I think it's probably just a rumor too, if you ask me. So, did you hear about anything else, Ma? Says Mr. Gao with a knowing face, which Ma picks up. He knows exactly what Mr. Gao is getting at. You mean Zusha? Yes, information coming from Pulau crew is usually reliable. Well, honestly, that beats me. Isn't it because Pulau hasn't been around these days? The rest of the Pulau crew has been working non-stop and it's been half a month since they were last home. Is that so? Anyhow, none of this really matters now. We should all go home already. Right then, a rapid knocking cuts Ma short. Talk about bad timing. Why the intense music? Standing by the door, Mr. Hu removes the door latch. With it, a young girl comes rushing in, knocking Mr. Hu over. Zusha! There's an emergency. She is cute, yeah. Imminent crisis. Doesn't seem imminent at all. It seems like it's happening right now. Pulau! Child of Kowloong. Headquarters the Niter. Did it work? I wouldn't say that. These things are still under discussion. Pulau sits with a wry smile in the duty room of the base, surrounded by members of the Pulau crew. The members come in all shapes and sizes. We won't have to work so hard every day if we move to the clean zone. Come on, I'm sure we'll have to fight battles and help maintain order even if we end up going there. Never been there. Say, Uncle Shanshan, what's the clean zone like? I've only seen it from a distance while I was on a transport ship. I saw this tall blue tower, but I'd never been inside. The central purification filter we have now seems to be working just fine, though. What's the point of all these different zones like clean zone, conservation area, dead zone, and hetero zone? They come up with a new one every day. Uncle Shanshan, you just don't get it. All these pompous-sounding terms are meant to show how hard they thought to come up with these terms. I bet they just have nothing better to do. Most of the Pulau crew, like the ordinary people of Kowloong, have no clear idea what the clean zone actually is. It's a zone that's clean. They've never been there, and they only know it as a place free of the punishing. But with their plate already full as it is, the Pulau crew doesn't really have the luxury of time to think about the clean zone. Only when the Niter occasionally sails out for trade do they hear about it from the sailors and transporters. If anything, Pulau is probably the only one who's ever set foot on the clean zone. Ah! Pulau stretches her body for a good few seconds and shouts as she jumps off the chair. Anyway, none of this is set in stone yet. I'd rather not talk about this now, since I just got out of the meeting marathon in Babylonia. Pulau clearly wants to talk about something else, except her Pulau crew obviously doesn't want to let her go. Ugh. Uncle Shenshin, are we patrolling today? Oh, yes, right on time actually. The elder man twists the lid onto the teapot, tucks it under his arm, and flips through his old terminal. Zhisha's team is on duty now, patrolling the area from the Bund to the southern station. Thank you. Ah, didn't they just come back? Guess they didn't take a break then. Those rambling politicians and piles of paperwork are suffocating me. They always speak in riddles and metaphors. When Babylonia is such a teeny place? Well, I'd have gone out for a walk if I were them, though. That's true. Alright, I'll go patrol with the team. Give me a ring if anything comes up. With a wave, Pulau quickly vanishes into the crowd. Well, life's got to be tough for her, no doubt. Where's Han Ying? The southern station is the southernmost end of Kowloong's freight hub and the southernmost point of the military auxiliary city built on reclaimed land. Beyond that, in front of Pulau, lies the vast sea of Kowloong. Phew. Ha! Pulau turns her 2 weeks' worth of fatigue, irritation, and frustration into a shout, which leaves her alone in the tranquility of the scene when her shout dissipates. According to Hassan, among the current population still living on the surface, there is a significant portion of it still living in Kowloong, and that's not counting scattered settlements and wanderers. The population living on the Niter and in Kowloong alone already amounts to as much as a third of the clean zone's current population. Oh wow. The Niter's rescue teams sent inland have been receiving help recently from the Church of Makina, making it possible for them to bring back home Kowloong citizens who have been living in harsh conditions on the mainland. How nice. On top of that, Kowloong has started seeing more and more displaced people coming to Kowloong City, in the Niter's port for refuge. The word refugee never crossed the minds of Kowloong people. To them, living on their ancestral land means they can proudly tell people that they're from Kowloong. Which is why whenever Pulau speaks at Babylonia's meetings, she feels the accumulated weight of Kowloong's some 640,000 citizens on her shoulder. Ma'am! She hears someone calling her not too far away from the coast, not too far from the coastline. I thought the sea was talking back to me. Over the grayish green coast, 3 red and white figures gradually come into her view. Is everything okay? We came over when you heard you shouting just now. Ma'am, we didn't even know you were back already. Hey. Between the 2 burly members of the Pulau crew, a girl who looks only a few years older than Pulau stands. Mm-hmm. Were you in danger, ma'am? Me? No. I mean, people just can't help but want to shout or say something to the sea when they see it, right? Well then, now. Whoa, while we're at this. Pulau scratches her head and smiles. Mind if I patrol with you guys? I see. Are you saying we'll be moving to this place they call the Clean Zone? Pretty nice of those guys up there, no? Basically, that's how it is. Pulau sighs, leaving a shallow imprint on the beach with her heels. Pulau and Pulau too. It's Pulau when she's all grown up. If they really make that option accessible to people, a lot of people will probably choose to take the boat to the Clean Zone. Pulau strokes her chin, looking thoughtful. I mean, because it does sound like a place where people won't have to worry about the punishing. That doesn't mean we'll all be living happily ever after, right? I mean, humans in the drama, you know? True! We're always getting into shit, man. True. People always getting into drama. It's the same sort of deal when it comes to frickin' video games. People always want to talk shit. I don't think it's gonna fly. Hmm? We're finally back home after all these years out there, and it took so many of our people's lives for us to keep our home safe. This is our land, and it's our blood that's been spilled. I like your design. How are we supposed to just, you know, leave? Not saying we're going to make everyone leave. Honestly, I don't really want to go either. Like you said, they can't give less damn about us. They can't give less of a damn. We fought so hard to keep our homeland, and we've lost way too many lives along the way. Regardless, I think we need to make a collective decision on whether we should leave Kowloong for the clean zone. The shallow imprint under Pulao's feet is now filled with a pool of clear water. No life-threatening danger, comfortable living conditions, and even support from the world government. This is definitely a hard one to turn down. Hey, Four Eyes, you're not saying you'll make a run for it. The silence of the sea breeze is all that remains following Han Zhao's rough questioning. What do you say? I'm a soldier. It's my duty to follow orders. Your wish is my command, ma'am. Han Zhao slaps his chest, looking confident. I don't want to leave. I won't leave. No, that's not what I meant. I just want to hear your thoughts on this. I don't know. No idea. You little... Han Zhao grabs Jianchu from the collar, but Zhe immediately stops him. My bad. Han Zhao's calloused hands tremble as he lets go. No, don't feel bad. I mean, I really don't know. The shallow imprint in the sand grows bigger, and the water seeping in from the sea becomes increasingly murky. I've always said I'd keep everyone on the Niter safe. We all wanted to go back home one day when we were still on the Niter, but life doesn't seem to have become any safer since we came home, and I've even got even more people to keep safe now. So I mean, if we really have to, a hand tugs at Pulao's sleeve. We'll be with you no matter what you decide to do. Everyone has the right to choose, but we'll share the responsibility with you. Count me in too. Nodding his head, Jianchu doesn't say anything. Thank you. Yeah, think of the people. I know it's your country and all, but I know it's your city, but like, think of the people. Phew, there's no place like home. This is the calm before the storm. Is Babylonia that bad? Well, shall we walk around or start patrolling directly? Let's start patrolling. It's almost time. Let's get going. Preparing to move out. I like these little these like node title cards. Ooh. Oh, left. Whee. Cool. Traversal? In my PGR game? That's funny. Grappling? Damn. Oh? Wait, that's our crew. Dum, 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 dum. All of a sudden, we're backing across the Rune Sea. Oh my god, we're playing as Zhe. That's funny. She's a big robot. Maybe she's controlling the robot from inside. Oh. I can't see anything because they're phasing right through it. The robot emotes, yeah, I like the emotes. Oh no, stop. It reminds me of Tall Guy. Stop it. Oh, that's so funny. She throws the bot. That's so cute. Sees this shit. Okay. Or yellow pinkish. Deep sea ambush. So cute. Avoid contact. Fall back to the target location. But oh, maybe that's why the grappling stuff is here. To the freight station. Defend ourselves on the high ground. Fall back. Rarg. Polaris swings her dragon bane with all her might and slices the hetero creature climbing up the hill in half. The severed halves are torn apart and consumed by the hetero creatures coming out of the sea and eventually become part of them. Grenadiers, cover their retreat. But where are we supposed to? Doesn't matter. Yundong Cargo Station is just a kilometer from the southern station on the beach. In the past, it was the southernmost water transport station in Kowloong, where many ships bound for the ocean would dock to deliver their final cargo. This beach still has the old hustle and bustle, save for... Jeez, these things just keep coming! Choke them all! Choke every last grenade you've got! From the high ground where Pulaw and some others stand, the once grayish-blue beach is now a sea of red. A 3-kilometer cluster bomb stirred up nothing more than a small splash in the sea. This is beyond us. Then what do? We need to fall back to the auxiliary city first so we don't lose any more lives. Contact the patrol team at the Bund and get ready to blow the tunnel to the auxiliary city. Got it. Captain, over here. The car is ready. Just outside a facility that looks like a subway station not far from the high ridge, a few members of the Pulaw crew are waving at them. Let's get going already. Oh boy. Choice. Present time, November 9th. Zusha? It's an emergency. Ouch! Zusha, who rushes through the door, almost knocks Mr. Hu over. Take a breath. What's going on? Almost no one noticed the staggering Mr. Hu. All eyes in the courtyard are focused on Ma's granddaughter. Attention, dear Kowloong residents. Pulaw's voice echoes through the terminal hanging in the courtyard. It's not just the speaker at number 5, West 3rd Street, Hexabridge Port. The entire port and all of Kowloong are listening to the broadcast at this moment. 3 hours ago, the auxiliary town outside the port was attacked by unknown punishing creatures. Upon verification, the creatures were confirmed to be what's known as hetero creature. We have reached an agreement with the world government of Babylonia. All Kowloong residents can systematically evacuate and resettle in the clean zone. Right now, the Pulaw crew is fully engaged in fighting the hetero creatures. The Chalfang crew will work with the remaining Kowloong crew to handle the boarding and evacuation procedures. Residents who wish to move to the clean zone, please bring only basic items and wait in order in the designated area under the guidance of the Kowloong crew to board the Nighter. What's going on? Is that Kowloong? What's going on? Is that Kowloong is about to go up in flames? And those who... But the person speaking seems to be mustering up courage. Residents who wish to stay in Kowloong, please remain quiet at home and wait for the alarm to stop. The port is still safe for the time being. Basically, if you want to die here, then stay. We will do everything we can and fight for Kowloong until the end. The terminal falls silent, and so does almost all of Kowloong after this broadcast. But the suffocating silence only lasts a few seconds before it turns into overwhelming shouts and roars. I knew it! Mr. Gao picks up his briefcase while muttering under his breath. He tries to hide his hands, which are trembling from both excitement and fear. He was fully ready. Totally knew it! Everything in the factory needs to be moved too. Yes, everything has to go. Everything! Move it onto the ship. Move it to the clean zone. Hey, run! What are you doing standing there like an idiot? It's over. All over. Those hetero creatures. How in the world are we supposed to fight those things? The man in a suit and tie is shouting furiously at Ma, his lips trembling as he speaks. The Kowloong crew is just flesh and blood and is impossibly outnumbered. What can they possibly do to those monsters? Alright. No! Man, snap out of it. A slap lands on Mr. Gao's face. Imagine he slapped him with his, like, mechanical hand. That shit's gotta hurt. Mr. Ma! What are you doing? Zisha and you rush up to Ma to stop him. The only other man, Mr. Hu, can barely hold Mr. Gao back with help from Su. 80-year-old man, by the way. I didn't hit that hard. You probably want to check on Mr. Gao instead of holding me here. I'm not going to hit him again. Hold yourself together. Better start coming up with a way out. Mr. Gao covers his burning face and glares resentfully at Ma as Su escorts him inside. I see you did it again. The man was frightened like a kid and was just trying to help him pull himself together. The man would have headed straight to the great beyond if I'd used my other hand. Okay, he used his left hand. He didn't use his strong hand. Is this what brought you back, Zisha? Yes. What Polaris said about the hetero creatures is real. Zisha nods but says nothing. How in the world are we supposed to fit so many people into the Niter? It looks like the Niter has like multiple layers, like floors. Chao Fang said things would work if we all squeezed a bit. Okay. Okay. I'm immediately reminded of those videos of like somewhere in Asia where it's just a bunch of people clinging onto the side of trains just to get to work or school or whatever. That's what I'm reminded of. Well, Mr. Hu looks cautiously at you. Let's go inside first. All right. With that, Mr. Hu and you, both looking worried, go inside. The Niter has space, but not 640,000 people in space. Well, it's not going to be it's not going to be that many people. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a number of people that choose to stay in Kowloong. So but even then, imagine it was only like half of that. There's no way. Yeah, the Niter's not going to hold space for even half of that. Let's go. What? In you go. Fine. After Ma, Zisha enters the east wing. Even 10% of that is too much. Yeah, I wonder how much can the Niter hold? How many people? I wonder how many people it can hold. Hell, I wonder what the weight capacity would be. The east wing has only 2 rooms, one with Ma's camp bed, and the other was Zisha's single bed. Ma's room is smaller, but the efficient old man has kept his quarters clean and tidy for years. If not for the overflowing desk and shelf, it would be hard to tell that someone lives there. I have to go in a bit. Where are you going? I have to go back. Zisha squeezes the words out of his mouth. Her mouth. Okay. Ask Chao Fang for 2 spots. What spots? Spots to the clean zone. We're going to board the ship. What? You heard me. Ma is sitting sideways on a stool, patting his chin stone. His face hard to make out in the shadows. You want me to leave when they need me at the front lines? You guys are no match for those things. I heard from her. Those things are dozens of times stronger than the corrupted. A normal human being's flesh will rot as soon as it comes into contact with one of those things. But you've never even seen them. Of course I've seen them. Ma's thigh makes the sound of steel clashing when he slaps his thigh out of frustration. How do you think I lost my arm, and how do you think I lost my arm? I'm not letting you die on the beach. This isn't Normandy. If you think the corrupted are a nightmare, those monsters out there now are hell. True. You're the last of the Ma's. You can't go. You have to board the ship with me. And now you want me to be a deserter with you, just like before. You're not deserting. Are you kidding me? Like, come on. You little. Ma raises his calloused hand, but his granddaughter doesn't back down one bit. You know I'm right. You little... Do you even know what's coming out of your mouth? If you want to leave, then go ahead. But I'm not going anywhere. You owe me grandchildren. They are like two stones clashing. Neither will give in. Ma's raised hand doesn't land on Zusha's face, but sweeps everything off the desk onto the floor. Get the hell out of here! Zusha lowers her head to hide her face from Ma. As she turns to run out of the room, Ma feels like he sees the last glimmer of twilight flicker and fall that leaves no ripples in the old yet clean room. The stubborn man hesitates for a moment, but when he rushes to the door, he sees no one in the yard. That is when he feels like a steel knife has stabbed into his heart, and he stumbles back onto his coffin-like stiff bed. He gazes at the mess he's made as he awaits death, with blood leaving his body drip by drip. Broken glass, old photo frames, documents with a big red stamp, a mask that can no longer project. These are all his past. And a gold star-shaped medal that no longer glimmers, that cannot shine in the last light of the sun. I'm biased because she's cute. Get on the boat, girl. For real! Like, you don't stand... Like, come on. Hetero creatures. Flesh and blood crew. You don't stand a chance. Like, if you want to, like, hold them off while people evacuate, that's sure, why not? But you gotta at least evacuate. You have to. Like, come on. You can save yourself and help others without having to sacrifice yourself. Like, I get it. This is your homeland. This is your place. But, like, you gotta know when to give it up. Especially in a freaking apocalyptic crisis like this. Raindrops crisscross. Sorry. When I say crisscross, I was about to say applesauce. Raindrops crisscross and fall on the shadowy figures in the night. The neon lights of Kowloong flow over the blades and guns in their hands. Bian really shouldn't be giving you orders. Shouting at the unmoving crowd, the man is, too, drenched in torrential rain that soaks the very people he's shouting at. This is an emergency situation. The whole of Kowloong is at stake. You have to be there to defend it once more. We only have you to count on to rescue our guild since we can't trust Yaze and Chaofeng anymore. What? What you do today will not go down in history or be remembered by anyone. You will never speak of this day to anyone. The pouring rain intensifies. Let's go. May glory be to Kowloong. Ma remembers that day. On that day, he wasn't Ma. The rain was so heavy that it was impossible to make out the Pulau crew's faces through their masks. That the blood didn't even pool on the dark ground when bullets and blades pierced chests. That the dying words of those men were crystal clear. Chill. Ooh. Damn it. This can't be happening. Why don't you just go ahead and kill me? Are you mocking me? Leave. I won't be coming after you. Is that a joke? We stopped being family the moment we raised our weapons at each other. You're right. You have brought war and destruction to Kowloong. Then why are you? But you are still someone I have to protect. You're unique to this world, and that won't change just because our experiences and ideals are different. Your resentment and anger are also one of the countless emotional ties around me. If you die, these ties will be erased. No one will be able to replicate your existence and your emotions. You... Yeah, flashback. Yin, it's time you broke free of your family bonds now. As you said, the country needs only one ruler. The obsession and pain of trying to become the sovereign will only hold you down. Now you are free to do whatever you so choose, just like everyone else. That faithful? You mean fateful? That fateful rainy night went down in Kowloong's official history records as just one sentence. The leaders of the Yazi and Chaofeng crews were dismissed and investigated because they colluded with illegal forces. To eliminate the said illegal forces, the Pulau crew conducted a special purge operation. Oh shit. What no one knew was that the real goal was to eliminate the remnants of the rebellious forces of the guild leader's eldest son. And no one knew that the young Ma, known as Zhongya at the time, had killed 13 traitors. That's 2 sentences. Yeah, I was just thinking that. He remembers everything clearly. He killed 12 with a submachine gun. Goddamn. When a grenade blew off his left leg, Jesus, he picked the leg up, found the tactical dagger strapped onto it, and slit the throat of another man who approached him. That's hardcore. I wasn't aware of your game, Ma. Holy. He remembers the man in the Chaofeng uniform clearly. The man clutched onto his neck, trying to stop the blood from gushing out, but accomplished nothing except making futile gurgling sounds as rain and blood flooded into his lungs. That is pretty metal. It seemed like a living hell, where the rain never let up. Ma doesn't remember what happened after that night. He will never forget what he saw when he woke up in the medical ward. I see you're awake. Check his vitals and prosthetic compatibility. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Don't talk. Just lie still. A nurse held his hand, telling him he shouldn't move. We removed 5 bullets from your body, including a dum-dum bullet. Dum-dum. You're very lucky to be alive. My leg. Can you feel your left leg? He blinked. Well, I'm sorry. Your left leg was too damaged and too risky to repair. You would be better off with a prosthetic. That is your left leg now. It will take some time for you to get used to it. There was a small commotion at the door, and a person in green appeared before Zhongya. Ma'am. He tried to sit up like a soldier would, but failed. You can't get up yet. There's minor internal bleeding going on in there. You did well. Chu nodded and placed a shining gold medal in Zhongya's hand. Thank you for your sacrifice and contribution to Kowloong. You'll recover quickly under the medic's care. You will be able to return to the Pulau crew in no time. Rest well for the time being. Bro woke up to see an angel. In your heart. Or you have been like, it should have been me. It should have been me. Thank you. He felt excruciating pain coming from his right arm, from which 2 bullets had been removed. Every moment tore at him. He still remembers the smile Chu gave him when he couldn't complete the salute. Once he recovered, Ma returned to the Pulau crew to fulfill his duties as a soldier, until he lost his right hand, had children, and reached the age of retirement, until he took off his uniform for the last time and abandoned the name Zhongya, until his friends and family started calling him Ma. Dad, I got the transfer order yesterday. I'll be back tomorrow to take over the Pulau crew. The voice on the other side of the phone was youthful and filled with joy and excitement. That's good, Chi-Ling. Your old comrades always tell me stories about you. I've told you those stories when you were little. I know. Hearing them from them hits differently. Chi-Ling, a soldier's duty is to serve their country and obey orders. As the head of the Pulau crew, you're responsible for more than just your own little world. I understand, Dad. Alright, let's save the rest for when you're home. Your mother hasn't seen you for a long time. She really misses you. We'll talk when you get back. Let's grab a drink, and you can tell me about you then. Okay, I'll be back tomorrow. Ah, by the way, it's about time you brought your wife home so we can meet her, huh? Huh? What? Why can't I meet my daughter-in-law? Well, she's still at Factory 122. Pick a date to bring her here. Mom wants to chat with her. It's not like they can't chat over a video call. Anyway, come back soon. Once you start your new job, you'll be busy again. Boom. A series of deep explosions arrived from afar, shaking the entire room. The explosion snapped Ma out of his thoughts, pulling him back to reality. What's going on? Black smoke rises from the south, and Ma can clearly feel the central purification filter churning harder. However, the sun has vanished from the sky. There is a faint glow in the west, but the night, heavy with fear and panic, has already descended upon Kowloong. Hey, are you crazy? The sound of a faint argument between a man and a woman comes in from beyond the yard. The noise grows louder as the door is pushed open. Don't know if you remember who Qiling is, but he's like the only soldier of relevance from Lost Chapter. She was right-hand man. Oh, was it, oh man, it's been a while since Lost Chapter. Shit. But Qiling, oh my god, I'm trying to remember. They sacrificed themselves, right? They died during the fight, right? I think I felt emotional during that time. I don't remember. He died during the defense of Kowloong. Ah, rip Qiling. Yeah, I do remember I do remember someone saying along the lines of Qiling being like the right hand man, or like Chu's right hand man, or like most loyal attendant or something. Man, Lost Chapter was so good. No, we have to take the factory equipment. We just need to. Are those things more important than my life to you? You go ahead. You go and board the ship first. No. Are you going to abandon me? No. We are leaving together. Hearing the argument, Ma wobbles to the door of the side room and stares at Mr. Gao and his wife carrying large bags. Are you leaving? Yes. Mr. Gao breaks free of Sue's grip. He takes out a small terminal from his pocket, stuffs it into hers, and whispers to her, apparently not wanting Ma to hear what he has to say. I'll move the equipment onto the ship. This is all for our money. You're gonna take it and wait for me on the ship. But Go. Sue holds back her tears and nods. You're leaving or what? Let's go. Where's the cart? What cart? We need a handcart to move all these things, don't we? Oh, the cart. Ma points at the roof of the east wing with his elbow. The cart has been useless for a long time. Alright. Mr. Gao hugs Sue's head once more to comfort her. Let's go. I'll take you to the port first. Then I'll find someone to help us move these things to the ship. Mr. Gao takes some packages from Sue and hurries out of the yard. Not even a goodbye. Boom! Dull explosions continue to drum on from afar. Sasha. Mr. Ma! Mr. Hu is standing at the door of the west wing and shouting at the top of his lungs. He seems to be doing so with every ounce of his being. Hey! Let's go. No, we are not leaving. Huh? Mr. Hu stands tall, like a man ready for his execution. He spreads his arms to hide you and the child behind him. We've decided to stay. You. What about you? If war is coming, we will need doctors. You will go to the medical center. What about you? I need to find Zisha. I don't care what happens to me, but Zisha has to. Ma mutters with his head down, unaware that Mr. Hu is leading you to the door. Where are you going? Taking you to the medical center. Are you crazy? What are you taking a child there for? The broadcast said to stay home. I can't leave her at home alone. It's okay, Mr. Ma. There are a lot of people outside, but it should be fine. Swear word. Staying to provide medical aid is noble. I was about to talk trash. For real. At least have the kid go evacuate. Come on. You're really gonna have the kid stay? Please say you're gonna at least. Please say to have the kid be escorted to the boat. Ma curses angrily without directing it at anybody. He turns to go inside to grab something before quickly walking over to Mr. Hu. Mr. Ma. Ma shoves one of two steel knives he is holding into Mr. Hu's hands. Think you're any useful when you're all frail and weak? You'll get trampled before you reach the medical center. Stay here and don't you die. Keep the kids safe and go wherever the pullout crew tells you to later. I'll take you to the medical center. So I won't be able to celebrate my birthday today. The world of PJ is like, happy birthday! Here's death. Path of Demise. Church of Machina. A girl walks in with a large suitcase. She puts the suitcase on the ground, making a hollow sound that echoes through the empty church hall. I'm back. Huh? Oh god. In a teasing tone, says the person sitting and swinging her legs on the railing on the second floor. Mother, she is back. Zero does a flip and leaps down from the second floor like a ghost. She lands beside the other girl and scrutinizes her the same way she would sniff prey. You smell like Sage's data. You were with her, huh? Where is she? Did she come back with you? Every part of me, including my heart, screams and longs for Sage. Hey, Zero, where did you go? A light yellow figure pops up behind the second floor railing. I haven't even calibrated your tail balance device yet. Why did you leave? Oh, hi. Good morning, Amina. Xavier extends his fourth hand that's holding a wrench as he greets the girl with the suitcase downstairs. Good morning, Mr. Xavier. Tell me, where is Sage? I love her design. Facing Zero, even Amina, who's usually outgoing and cheerful, finds herself stammering. Sage is traveling out there. I was sent back to fetch some supplies and network units. Lame. When she learns that Nanami hasn't returned with Amina, Zero instantly loses interest and drags the cables extending from her back to the base of the pillar. Ah, it's about the network synchronization in the Americas we talked about last time? Yes. Perhaps due to the horrible experiences of dealing with Zero, Amina visibly relaxes when she sees Xavier coming downstairs. Is Zero fixed? Of course! She even has a built-in phonograph function now. Just don't tell her about it. Okay. Why don't you let Spooner get the supplies for you? And the network synchronization. Maybe wait a bit. Huh? Shoals isn't here these few days. I could give you the hardware, but it's useless because it hasn't been complied with. Besides, the Grey Tower has been hit with some minor attacks recently. It's causing a bit of trouble. Amina's smile stiffens when she hears Shoal's name. The Emperor is not here? Yes, he isn't at the church these days because he went to Kowloong with Han Ying for network synchronization. Or you can go to Kowloong and have him compile it for you. You can just bring it back when it's done, no? No. Wow, that was blunt. No. He always acts like he's better than everyone. I don't like him. He always has a gloomy face. It's just not fun at all being around him. Then I'll have Mr. Spooner take the supplies back to Sage. Empress, welcome back. Arcana slowly walks over from the staircase behind Amina and the rest of them. Mother. So I see that Sage hasn't returned. Sage has been helping us help a lot of people these days, be they humans or constructs. I believe that Sage will return when the time is right. Exactly. How about I go on a honeymoon with Sage this time? I've already planned it. But during Sage's absence, we've had to face some malicious attacks. Sage left us with the revelation, and even that has become a target of attack these days. It's about the Great Tower. Xavier's right. But Sage did give me 2 missions when she sent me back. One is to bring back some supplies, and the other is to check on the church's network synchronization. If it's what Sage said. Arcana closes her eyes, apparently contemplating the deeper meaning of Nanami's words. I will provide more assistance to Xavier in fortifying the Great Tower's defenses. But right now, only Shoals understands the Great Tower's network protocol. I believe the issue with network synchronization can be fixed as soon as Shoals is back, and when that happens, we should stop seeing all the malicious attacks on the Great Tower. The Great Tower is still standing in the church's main hall. Infinite data flows through its bright lamps like stars on a cold veil. In the meantime, tell us about Sage's recent activities, Amina. How has she been lately? I could hear the screaming. Oh god. Out of the way! Out of the way! Get lost! Don't block my way, you scumbag! Mom! Mom! Aside from having to knock a few teeth off some unlucky thugs along the way, nice, Ma and Yu arrive at the medical center without really getting into any trouble. Seeing all the people, Ma can't help but wonder why and where they all came from. Yu! Dr. Zhang! The medical center is like a rock in a turbulent stream, splitting the crowd that's heading to the North Port. The church having two very clear factions now, Nanamat and Arcana, the eventual machine civil war is going to be insane. Oh god. When Ma and Yu arrive at the medical center, they see a group of medics in uniform standing at the entrance. They are holding hammers, drills, and other oddly shaped tools. Why are you here? The medical center must be short-handed at a time like this. Sir. No, Mr. Ma isn't here for treatment. He brought me here. I see. Thank you, Mr. Ma. Nah, don't worry about it. What are you doctors doing here with hammers, drills, and saws? We are all orthopedic doctors, and we're just keeping these tools handy in case people decide to take advantage of the mayhem to cause trouble. So what now? We have to wait for further instructions from the higher-ups. Where are they? Where are Pulao and Chafang? They should be on the front lines in the South Port. The explosions came from the south. Yes, because they just blew up and sank the auxiliary town. They what? Sank it? Kowloong's auxiliary town isn't very big, but still a 30 square kilometer artificial island that stretches out from the continental shelf. Some might disagree, but it's a legitimate town. Wow, this blows my mind. I don't know the specifics. An hour ago, we received an order to stand by. We haven't gotten any casualties over the past hour, and I heard the Northport Medical Center is the same. Swear word. How are they supposed to send in the wounded when this place is such a mess? Before them is this tsunami's worth of people that goes as far as they can possibly see. Guess you always need to expect the unexpected. So, we are preparing to head to the front lines. Boy, this is ridiculous. Ma sighs and grabs a member of the Kowloong crew leading the crowd. Hey you! What are you doing? Can't you see no one ain't got time to mess around now? Ma is stunned when he sees the word "puh" on the man's mask. What's your name? Send a team to escort these medics to the front lines in the Southport right away. Jianchu. No, wait a minute. No, wait. Who are you? I'm nobody, damn it. Just a swear-wording old man. Ma grabs the young man by the collar. You're not just any old man. If you still have a soldier's conscience, take these medics to the Kowloong crew headquarters now. People at the front lines need them now. How are we supposed to fight a bunch of wounded soldiers? With a bunch of wounded soldiers. And, haven't you seen? Ma stops short and slowly lets go of the man when he realizes he's being rude. Need approval from the headquarters to send them to the front lines. Fine, then hurry up. The man seems intimidated by Ma and pulls out a communication device to contact Kowloong headquarters. Hello? Question mark? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Uh-oh. The radio isn't working. I can't reach the headquarters. We lost contact. You try contacting the headquarters too. And try calling the Northport Medical Center too. It's on fire. Not getting through. Same with the Northport. The Northport should be safe for now. There shouldn't be any problem. Which means the communication center is at the Southport's connecting bridge. So, what do you think you're supposed to do as a soldier now? Screw it. Third squad, I need you all to come here now. The man's gentle voice turns into a roar that drowns out the crowd's noise. Clear the way. We're leading the medics to the headquarters for support. Underground bunker on the Niter. The continuous artillery fire is shaking the ground, forcing Chaofeng to brush off the dust that is falling onto the map. What about communications? What about the messengers we sent out? We haven't heard anything, and the messenger we sent to the Northport hasn't returned. Damn it. What about the backup satellite communication? That's not working either. An unknown broadcast signal seems to be jamming it. Try again from the second connection phase. We tried over 50 times already. Boom. Another high explosive bomb lands not far from the Kowloong crew headquarters, causing dust to rain down on everyone in the room, except none of them has the time to brush it off. Didn't build some constructs. 3 years of just peace, really, for them. It's been like peaceful and quiet for them. But yeah, they should have prepared for an eventual, scenario. Situation. They are in the midst of a war. Death is only 5 kilometers away. Everything is happening too fast. From the Pulaao crew's first encounter with the enemy at Yundong Station, south of the auxiliary town, only 2 hours have passed. Where? You said it before too. Where are the primes? Where are those guys? Creatures they have never seen before are emerging from the sea and sweeping inland like a tide. With no warning and no experience fighting these creatures born purely out of the punishing, the entire auxiliary town was buried under this crimson tide in just half an hour. The explosives buried in the underground transport tunnels of the auxiliary town for such a situation fulfilled their original goal at the last moment. It blew up the entire auxiliary town. But that was only a temporary solution to buy time. Within 2 hours, the hetero creatures had broken through the auxiliary town's defense line and advanced 12 kilometers. The latest attack brought them within 5 kilometers of the Kowloong crew headquarters defense line. Oh god. Messenger! Messenger! What are you doing over there? Have the North Port send over 600 tons of ammunition immediately right now. Go already. Take this letter. I wrote it. Give it to them. I don't care if you use the underground transport lines, drive, or run on foot. Just get it there within 20 minutes. Did they think the PV just stopped? Like, y'all didn't know about the twins or the giant hetero kaiju? I don't think... I don't know if it's... Maybe they just don't have any sort of... It feels like they're kind of like the Forsaken, where they don't have any close communication or ties with Babylonia. Because during Overnight Beat, they weren't really there to participate in helping, right? They were kind of just off doing their own thing. As far as I can remember. As for the people from the North Port, get them ready and transported here within 40 minutes. 40 minutes! They have to get the thing here no matter what happens. Global threat? Even the ARU knew about the twins because they got attacked? Well, I don't know. They weren't participating in the entire thing. I don't know about it. Was it said it was a global thing? I don't remember. Because this is Kowloong. It was a world problem? That's odd then. I really don't remember if anyone from Kowloong played any part during Evernight Beat. Or even surviving Lusum. Because it really did feel like they were just kind of off doing their own thing. It just seems like they weren't having any issues. It's weird. These things, these hetero creatures, they're different from the corrupted we've seen on the Niter. These are pure punishing. But our soldiers, they're living, breathing people. Hello? Hello? The line is dead already. I was hoping someone could tell us if people in the industrial area are having trouble making it out. This is buying time for people in the industrial area to evacuate. Right. Send another messenger to the industrial area. Have we heard anything from Pulaao? They need some more time to reach the connecting bridge. We have to hold out until they reclaim the communications center or we won't be able to defend this place. Bang. That was really close. What the frick frack? That shell must have landed within a kilometer. Looks like they were digging trenches, but they decided to go with explosives because they run out of time. What kind of war is this? Digging trenches? Who gave that order? One. A bunch of rookies. Get a few people to come with me to check on it. We need their firepower for support. not for them to blow us all up. Are we trying to bury our own people before the battle is even over? Bishi curses as he lands the blueprints to the commander next to him. Then he points out a few messengers to go out of the underground bunker with him. They're from here to the connecting bridge, 7 kilometers. Kowloong brushes off the dust on the map again. They're like a dagger plunging into the hearts of those enemies. It's our only hope. The Niders in the North Port won't be able to set sail if we reclaim the South Port's purification channel. If we can't reclaim, asking for help from the outside world is our only chance. I really wish you had brought a team of people with you when you got here 3 hours ago. The agreements signed in Babylonia weren't meant to take effect immediately. Now we can only put our hopes on them. Did Bishi only sign high explosive bombs and kinetic weapons? Why didn't he sign the dense munitions and thermonuclear weapons as well? We need powerful artillery support. Are you crazy? Right now, we need to provide artillery support and buy time for the Pulau crew to make it to the connecting bridge. And that's not going to happen if we flatten half of the port and kill them with weapons. If we can't reclaim the communications center, we won't be able to use higher power broadcasts to break through this unknown interference. If that happens, it won't matter what weapons we use. That's not what you said when Pulau's team set out. Sir! Speak. I just got back from downtown Southport. I met the medical team on my way back. They've already started treating the wounded. Good. How's the situation in the Southport? According to Pulau's report, Pulau crew's report, 30% of the Southport's residents are already heading to the Northport to board the ships. More than half of the remaining 70% are also being systematically evacuated to the Northport. Also, the underground transport lines in downtown Southport are now open to the public. Did they reserve a few transport lines for the military? Bishi is aware of the situation here and has started coordinating the transport of military supplies from Southport through the underground transport lines. Well then, go take a break. Get another messenger to come. I can keep... This is an order. Yes, sir. The young man nods and drags his exhausted body out of the operations room. Another tall Kowloong soldier enters the room. Sir, notify the Pulau crew in downtown Southport to defend the military supplies coming this way. Also, tell the Pulau crew in the North Port that if the situation turns dire, they should make the call on allowing citizens to seek refuge in Kowloong and not just keep evacuating people to the North Port. Yes, sir. The tall Kowloong soldier takes the identity terminal from Kowloong and leaves the operations room in a hurry. Let me in. I need to see him. You. The door to the operations room is open once again. 2 men from the Kowloong crew carry in an old man. What's going on? Skeezer. He came with the medics and insisted on seeing Madame Pulau. Throw him out. Wait a sec. She walks over to the stubborn old man, followed by a shadow. What is it that you want? I'm here to see the person in charge of the Pulau crew and to look for my granddaughter. Why are you here? Pulau is leading an important mission. She's not here. He really did force himself here. What about my granddaughter? Zhesha. She's fulfilling her duty as a soldier alongside Pulau. Where is she? Where is she? Answer me. The second squad is currently heading to the connecting bridge with Pulau. Their mission is to reclaim the communications center. Reclaim. What? Mom mutters in a daze, repeating Kowloong's words. No one can contact them until they reclaim the communications center occupied by the hetero creatures. Who sent her? Who gave her permission to go? Ma's sharply defined cheekbones are twitching as he tries to suppress his immense anger. His voice is trembling in the dull thuds of the exploding bombs outside. It was me. Damn, Duhong. Path of demise. Is this the way to the comm center? A paper map never goes wrong. Keep quiet. Don't alert the enemy. Stealth. Good. This path helps us avoid a direct confrontation. We still don't know what the situation is in the comm center. This way. More preparation is needed. What preparation? You need to check your equipment? Oh, there's another path over here too. This is a dead end. Okay. Empress was talking about Kowloong network thing with Hanyang and Shoals. What if they were responsible for the interference somehow? Maybe. Something is definitely going on, and somehow the Treasure Machina is somewhat involved in this. And of course, Hanyang is part of the church, too. Also, is Hanyang just not here? Watch out! Nice.
手加減はなし一発転機ワールは誰一人逃がしませんワールは誰一人逃がしません
Oh, there's more?
この力で打ち破りますケーッパー手加減はなしです重落一斉
Cool. Dum 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 dum. This is the gate. Next, we just need to find a terminal and hold our ground. We're running out of time. More people are injured. Then hurry the F up. Why is the terminal all the way back there, man? Yeah. We can move. Follow me. Prepare for battle. Oh, we gotta defend. There we go. Too many of them. Way too many. There are too many of them. Punishing. Punishing everywhere. Watch out. Sisha. Uh-oh. Oh, there she is. I was wondering where she was, man. Present time, Industrial Center Factory, South Hexabridge. Mr. Wong, all units are at low temperature. A dusty worker, jeez, a dusty worker, covered in black and gray soot, pokes his head out from the messy factory floor and shouts loudly, "Okay!" A middle-aged man dressed like an engineer shouts back. He too is covered in black and gray soot, just like the workers. Xianche is focusing intently on the numbers on the console, pushing down the lever carefully, little by little. Hey, Wang, hurry up, hurry up! Don't rush! Stop the reactor! This is a direct order from above. Now? If those things really come here, we'll all die if we don't stop the reactor. Tritium growth. Tritium growth halted. Good. Remove the cladding. Good. Reactor number 2 output stopped. Good. Xianche doesn't even look at Mr. Gao. He continues to operate the control panel methodically. Wang, somebody, Throw this douchebag into the transport truck. How dare you? I'm trying to make sure all your precious equipment gets onto the ship. Now shut up. Somebody come here. Two burly workers immediately walk away from the roaring machines and hoist Mr. Gao out without a word. With it, Mr. Gao's tidy suit, already covered in coal dust and oil, gets even dirtier. You can't do this. You can't. I paid for this. You... Mr. Gao's curses grow fainter, and Xianxu's ears are once again filled with only the clean hum of machinery. Mr. Wong, all the equipment from factory number 3 is dismantled. Good. What about factory number 2? Still working on it. Load the dismantled parts onto the trucks and send them directly to the North Port. What about this cold reactor? We'll deal with it last. If we have time, we'll take it with us. One truck won't be enough. Then use a ship. There should be cargo boats available in the factory. We can't take it. We'll have to destroy it. We'll at least take the fuel rods. A dull, clear explosion sounds from afar and drowns out the hum of machines in the factory. Buying us time. Hurry up! Dad, hold Wang. Take a team to factory number 2 and make sure they dismantle and transport the equipment as fast as possible. What about you? North Port still needs power. I'll keep up the fuel power supply here when I'm not taking apart the cold reactor. Master Su doesn't say anymore. He has never been a man of many words. Master Su grabs the shoulder of the chief engineer of the Niter, who is a head taller. Despite his oily and dusty hands, his trembling grip doesn't leave even a black handprint on the engineer's shoulder. Maybe Han Ying is on Nanami's side and Emperor is on Akana's side? I don't know. I definitely would believe that Han Ying would take the side of Nanami 100%. They only have a few seconds to take a last look at each other, and that's it. Got it. Take care of yourself. I will. Without another word, Master Su puts down his tools and leaves. Mr. Wong, the phone is working. Communications are up. Mr. Wong, the fuel is full. Phone! The phone! But the world does not leave any time for this man in his 40s to savor the emotions. Prepare to switch to firepower supply unit. Follow my order to close the circuit and contact the Northport Load Center for synchronization. Pass me the phone. I'll report to the headquarters. He doesn't even have time to look at his father's back as his father leaves. 2 hours later, when the light that shattered the Kowloong night illuminates the world, his name and the names of many other workers like him will be etched into the roaring steel. The blue planet beyond the large porthole continues to rotate slowly and silently. Being here, anyone can easily find peace looking at what lies ahead of them. Inner peace is also the wish of the busy communicators and directors on the bridge right now. Hello, can you hear me? KJ0511A, can you hear me? Please respond if you copy. What's going on? Have you confirmed the source of the signal? Calling KJ0511A. That's the Niter's code. That's the Niter's code. This is an unencrypted broadcast. The header did not check for errors, but the message has been relayed over a large area. Sir! A communicator copying data at a desk raises his hand. Send it over. The director is standing at the center of the bridge when he receives a short message on his terminal. The message is plain and simple. Kowloong needs help. I need you to find out what happened right now. I've already requested long-range signal surveillance from Gestalt. We're picking up an increase in the signal wavelength of the punishing in the Kowloong area. What? 258% and rising. Keep reaching out to the transmission station. Don't stop. 274% and rising. Call the commander and present now for intervention. 307%. Oh my god. The crimson streak on the large screen of the bridge pierces through the blue planet, spilling blood that does not belong to her. The history of war is a history of numbers. It is a history of data. When a history brushes against the beaches of Peloponnesia, Peloponnesus. The papyrus will not leave a space for the births and deaths of the ordinary soldiers with their round shields and spears. We're about to get another ascendant. Jesus Christ. History will crush their flesh like how it crushes steel and grind everything together into a sticky ink for future generations. History never deviates from its course. Which is why the same will happen when history brushes against the coasts of Kowloong. Oh god. Red Tide was like, you know what? Let's just get rid of this place. Re-encounter. Doctor! Doctor! These people look like they have just escaped from hell. They are covered in open wounds and a crimson color that is a mix of punishing and blood. You should probably get that shit off of you. Somebody help! The green patch on his back is also stained with the same crimson. Over here! Right over here! Bring them here! Han Zhao lowers himself to lay down the injured girl on his back. The unconscious girl is as soft like as a rag doll. Han Zhao puts her on the makeshift bed on the ground. Alright, get out now! The medic closes the isolation curtain. She's about to push Han Zhao out when she notices that this big man from northwest Kowloong isn't aware that his leg is also bleeding badly. Tsk. You, go sit over there. Hurry up. What are you? You have to save her first! Her surgery will start in a moment. Your leg is bleeding all over the place. It finally hits him that blood is coming out of an open wound on his leg, when he touches his thigh. Go over there. Can you move on your own? Nurse! Ugh. It's fine. I can walk. He clenches his fists slightly, his gaze remaining on the closed isolation curtain all the while. You didn't even know you were injured? Nurse, treat his leg. The serum. Where's the serum? Hurry! It's just a scratch. Just Band-Aid. I got it. A pair of hands gently hold Han Zhao by his shoulders. You? They're here! We just arrived from Babylonia. Sorry, we're late. They just got here. Han Zhao can see the figure at the end of the tunnel more clearly now. Kamu, follow Wansha to distribute supplies to the doctors here. Stay safe and keep in touch. Wansha, thank you for doing this. Sure. Wansha nods and walks up to Liv. Kamui and Kamu push the transport cart behind them in silence. Last time we set foot in Kowloong. You cannot see Lucia's face because she is standing in front of you. Go up to her. Hold Lucia's hand. Oh, it was 3 years ago. Yeah. Lee rarely shows his worries. His deep sigh is a reminder of an unspoken truth. The only memory the Grey Ravens have of this place is one battle after another. There you are. A highly respected member of the Congress emerges from a makeshift medical tent. This counselor's expensive suit is soiled with blood. Even her hands are covered in dry, dark red blood. To make herself more presentable for her guests, the woman gets out a handkerchief, also stained with blood, from her pocket to wipe her hands. It's stained with blood though, but like, you're just getting more blood on you. But she cannot get the dried blood off her hands. We rushed down here as soon as we got the order from President Hassan. See, I told you it'd be the Strikehawks and the Grey Ravens. Mission over. Wrap it up. Alright, we got time for chit-chat now. This way. Du-Hong points to the iron door at the far end of the tunnel. She gestures for you to go inside while she walks to Liv. So, we're counting on you. We'll do our best. Wansha takes the gloves from Liv and puts them on skillfully. He hangs his hands in the air to keep them sterile before nodding and directing the medics. Fortunately, her injuries aren't severe. She has a mild infection but no organ damage. Let's set her up for anesthesia. 1 pack of synthetic plasma and 2 packs of immune serum. Inject the serum immediately. Wait, her blood pressure isn't looking good. She's lost too much blood. Get a pad or a sheet to stop the bleeding. Prepare for nano debridement and stitching. I'll take it from here. Go and get yourself ready for the next surgery. Kamui should have all the supplies. We sorted them before we left. Got it. Viv closes the white isolation curtain right away. She exchanges a glance with the politician with bloody hands before rushing away to help the medics on the other side. Dr. Wan Shu. The white curtain separates Han Zhao and Du Hong from the unconscious girl inside. Who are you? Me? I'm her aunt, so I guess I'm her family. What? Du Hong stares at the white curtain with a wry smile. This wide, endless tunnel is filled with the wounded. Yet there are barely any complaints, groans or cries. All you might hear if you pass by them are a few unintentional moans of pain. Ma's sister? No, she said aunt, and this is her, and Zusha is his granddaughter. So if anything, Du Hong is Ma's daughter. Or daughter-in-law. Yeah, Zusha is the granddaughter. So that would make Du Hong technically, that would make Du Hong like the, I guess, daughter-in-law for, Ma. This place is not what you would imagine a treatment site for the wounded to be. There's no despair, no sorrow, no fear. There's only bottomless anger burning in everyone's eyes. Oh. That's that hatred! This land and its people have endured so much. Hello. A person standing by the map table waves his hand. I never thought we'd meet again like this. Perhaps this is fate. Tsk. And you are? Are you the Strike Hawk captain? Yes. You've changed. Almost didn't recognize you. Anyway, welcome. He whispers a few words to another member of the Kowloong crew. With it, the man turns and heads into another room. Wasn't an easy trip, I bet? Did you come via airdrop? When we entered Kowloong's airspace, your team guided our transport plane to the central area in the north. And you must have seen what's happening on the ground. Your line of defense has retreated to a 3-kilometer radius. Yes, that's because we really don't have much experience fighting these hetero creatures. Sorry. Oh, the door that opened the Kowloong crew member left through earlier opens again. 3 people of varying heights walk in. Pulao, Usabeni, the Strike Hawk, and Captain. I remember you. This is, Pulao's sister, Han Ying. The woman standing behind Pulao nods gently at you and Chrome. Oh, and this is Mr. Schulz, a friend of Han Ying's. The mechanoid standing beside Han Ying greets you with a nod too. I wouldn't have been here if it weren't for Han Ying. Pulao shows a sad smile. Alright, let's get down to business. When Chao Fang coughs, the rest of the Kowloong crew in the operations room silently put on their headsets and continue directing battles at the front lines. Officers who stayed in Kowloong Metropolis contacted us when communication was partially restored. That sent my theory out the window. Hang Zhe, Fushi from Kowloong, will also join the strategy meeting. He places a terminal on the table. I'm in. Well, you probably want to bring these people from Babylonia up to speed here on what's going on. You saw most of it on your way here. I think you should update us instead. You might know more than we do. The hetero creatures emerging from the sea have reached significant numbers in a short time. They also seem to be working together, and it seems like they're being controlled. Hetero creatures working together. This has been described in witness and combat reports since the beginning of this year. Only a few hetero creatures worked together back then, though. And it definitely wasn't comparable to the scale we saw on the plane. The ones spreading outward from the beach have already reached wild numbers. From our quick look, the hetero creatures seem to stay in a relatively low-level form. Like what happened at the aquarium? No. At the aquarium, the hetero creatures were attacking everything without a clear purpose and the kind of coordination Chao Feng described. Meaning something is different this time. It's possible but we don't know yet. I have a question. If they are just attacking everything like Chrome said, The hetero creatures were pretty crazy before, but they seemed to be moving slowly in an orderly fashion just now when we saw them from the airplane. We noticed that too. The hetero creatures stopped pushing forward hysterically like they had before when we took back the communications center at the bridge. It became really obvious when the Pula crew was no longer around. Guess the Ascendant. It almost feels deliberate. Anyway, all we know now is that they are slowly moving north, and it'll keep getting harder for us to launch counterattacks and break through. So many people are still trapped. We can't save them anymore. They've already missed their last chance to escape. Chrome's face darkens as he casts a glance your way. Longinus Arsenal is our last chance. No, we can't use that. Lee shakes his head. Commander Nicola briefed us on the situation before we left. Parliament gave us permission to use Longinus Arsenal. The Gestalt unanimously rejected the proposal. And we didn't bring any notes with us to locate Longinus Arsenal. Given the strike range and power of Longinus Arsenal, the Parliament probably included the entire Kowloong in the strike area when they approved the proposal. Are they still thinking about you, Washu? What do you mean? A Longinus Arsenal attack might actually happen one day if the situation worsens and the Parliament so insists. I'm only saying it might. That's why President Hassan talked to us before we left. He said that he wanted everyone in Kowloong to evacuate if worst comes to worst. In any case, before the final call, our goal is to assist Kowloong. Without support from Omega Weapons and Longinus Arsenal, there's only one option. The terminal on the table starts flickering. We must reactivate the light wall. The dim xenon light feels like a warm blanket that covers the bodies of those suffering. The lullaby of painkillers and faint artillery sounds dance on the victim's closed eyelids. Ma is sitting, staring at the white curtain with empty eyes. His thoughts drift back decades to the day his father passed away. That day, Ma also sat by a white curtain and spent the entire afternoon in silence. Ma disliked his father, who was stubborn with a capital S. His father refused to bow to anyone or say a kind word even on his last breath. He did not even leave a will. While Ma is lost in his thoughts, a figure floats past the blurred lights and shadows and sits down next to him. You should get some sleep. Ma remains as quiet as a piece of log. Have you seen her? Ma nods. A long dry sound finally comes out of his cracked lips. No, don't say anything. One of the Ma's must live on. Beyond the white curtain, Ma can almost see his father lying there on the hospital bed without both his legs. Someone must live on. Back on. Yeah, they really thought they were living in an age of peace. They were being far too what's the word? They're being far too not carefree. Is the word complacent? Is that right? No, not complacent. What's the word? They're being far too lax. I think that's what it is. Carefree dot. They were being too lax with it. The heavy iron door opens and closes again. A group of people walk out of the shelter from the command room underground. The wounded lying on the bed sit up after some struggle and cast silent gazes. We need a group of volunteers who can still move to go on a new mission. Me. One after another hand starts shooting up in the dim light. Long live Kowloong! It will be a very difficult mission. It's very likely that you will never return. Me. None of the volunteers backs down. A few more hands go up. Holy shit. Unity. This is the kind of shit Trillard was talking about. Me. Duhong grabs Ma's sleeve, trying to stop him from raising his prosthetic right hand. Try as she may, Ma is standing firmly upright, not budging one bit. Chaofeng knows Ma has raised his hand but looks away because he doesn't dare meet Ma's firm gaze. Those who are ready, move to the adjacent hall. 80-year-old man, by the way. He's probably super ripped under his clothes. Typical anime grandpa. With it, the volunteers all stand up and walk away in silence, like a moving forest feeding on silent gazes. Glory to Kowloong! Ma shakes off Duhong's arm, walks behind the white curtain, and pauses briefly before joining the silent forest without looking back. Not even Chaofeng, the Grey Ravens, or the Strike Hawks say anything behind him as they follow the forest of silence. Everyone in the tunnel keeps their eyes fixed on the forest until it disappears in the deep darkness around the corner. Duhong struggles to stand up from her seat. People's gazes do not nourish her, they only scorch and question her. She staggers behind the white curtain, where the girl is lying peacefully on the bed. She is covered in bandages and serum needles. The girl's chest is still heaving, and a faint tremor traverses the dim, five-pointed star metal sitting in her palm. Oh. The metal still carries fresh, crimson blood, aglow brilliantly in the light. I'm so sorry. The politician's cracked hands clasp her little soft hand, wrapping the metal between their palms. I'm so sorry, Father. Her voice is so faint that no one can hear her. Yeah, these people are pissed. They're angry. You step into their land, they're gonna fight back, bro. These are people who love Kowloong. Why? Why won't you let me go back? I need you to continue handling Kowloong's crucial operations within the world government. But Mo Yan went back. She left before I could order her to stay. I couldn't stop her. I want to go back too. My family is still in Kowloong. This is an order. Why? If humanity cannot win this war, we must place our hopes in the future. Babylonia is still in orbit and still in the hands of the world government. The parliament might be rotten to the core, but there is hope for the future, as long as Babylonia continues to exist. So, heed my order. Stay in the world government and board Babylonia. Yes. Before I go, I have a question. My family, are they all right? Qiling and his father are fulfilling their duties as soldiers. What about Duhong? Where is he? His mission is over. Fulfill your mission, Duhong. Oh, I see. So I'm guessing she's the sister of Qiling. I will. Yeah, she's the sister of Qiling. So she's like direct blood related to Ma. The two rays. And if she's Zisha's aunt, then that means yeah. Then that means that's Qiling's daughter. Zisha. Duh, of course. A big screen shows the full map of Kowloong. Chaofeng places the terminal on a stand and addresses the hunters below. I'll keep it brief. Our mission is to reactivate the light wall in Kowloong. Fushi from Kowloong gave us this suggestion since we cannot keep sending soldiers and teams to fight these hetero creatures. The light wall is an energy shield that is indefinitely similar to weak electrical unification levels. It is induced and generated by the computing power of Tabula Akasha and Huashu. It uses computing power to differentiate targets and is capable of destroying anything trying to pass the wall with intense heat and cohesion. The battle in Kowloong was exemplary of its power. A device appears on the big screen. This is an electromagnetic computing power node used to propagate signals. Some of these nodes were destroyed, and some lost the energy they needed to function in the Battle of Kowloong. When the time and place are right, we need to reactivate these computing power nodes to reconstruct the light wall. But there's a problem. We can't set them up only on the outer perimeter of Kowloong. The light wall will only be effective against what's outside. It cannot kill the hetero creatures already on the inside. So we need to activate these nodes in stages. We will start at the center and gradually expand the light wall outward to clear out the hetero creatures. Chaofeng gives Bishi's crew on the other side a nod for them to start distributing the tools. Chaofeng picks up a palm-sized terminal for demonstration. We are now distributing the calibration terminals. Once you take the nodes to a target area, Huashu will instruct you to calibrate the position parameters using this terminal. Once you have the correct position, insert the node. Once the node is inserted and confirmed, the indicator light will turn green. Next, break the glass cover and pull the trigger button. Chaofeng opens the back cover of the computing-powered node. He demonstrates how to insert the terminal before smashing the glass cover on the device panel with his fist. He then pulls the trigger. Calibration must be done before you put the node on standby. Once that's done, the node will send a confirmation signal to us through the Hexabridge Port Communications Center. That's how we will know that the node is set up and on standby. Once at least 80% of the nodes are set up, Huashu will overload the Hexabridge Port Communications Center and send a code to all the nodes to activate the light wall. Out of the 79 light wall nodes in the city, we must successfully set up at least 80% of them. Right now, we have 347 volunteers. We will act in teams of 3 and will deploy these nodes at 140% capacity. We must finish this mission. That's basically it. Chaofeng checks that everyone has a communication terminal before turning off the terminal in his hand, cutting off contact with Fushi and Kowloong. What I am about to say next is for all of us here only. Strikehawk and Grey Raven coming down from Babylonia will focus on drawing enemy fire and clearing a path to the target locations. The Pulau crew will also join this operation and will handle an additional 30% enemy attack. Pulau says firmly off stage. Yes, and in addition to that, I've been informed of the costs and risks that will come with reactivating the light wall. Huashu and Kowloong is also under attack from unknown enemies, so it cannot use its full computing power to help us identify whether the light wall is detecting a hetero creature or one of our own. That's right, Huashu is still inside Kowloong. But given the situation, that's hardly the point anymore. What matters is that the further out the nodes are, the harder it will be to identify an entity accurately. In addition, we will have no support on our way back from this mission. We will be on our own. So, many will never return. But if we succeed, the light wall will decimate the hetero creatures. I ain't scared, a young man bursts out from the crowd. Screw him. Then came another hoarse voice. Count me in. What's the worst that can happen? Death? Huh. Yeah, me too. More voices join in until countless roars echo amidst a sea of hands raised in anger. Chaofeng seems to have detached himself from this commotion. He quietly steps off the stage and holds Chiwen's hand. The operation will start in half an hour. Send another message to the people in the industrial area. Will do. You're being usually indecisive today. Do you think I care about the infrastructure and money? The people who built our backbone with steel. Everything we want to achieve must be reached with sacrifices. But you don't even know their names. I don't. Chaofeng lets go of Chiwen's hand, turns around and looks at the excited crowd. But I will remember each of their stories. Could have done this earlier, but chose not to. There's probably some reason why they didn't have it up. There might be some reason that they're just not mentioning. Maybe it takes up too much compute. Maybe it takes up too much power. I don't know. It's been 40 minutes since the last transport vehicle left the South Harbor industrial area. But even then, they should have said why, to give us a better answer as to why this light wall wasn't even active in the first place. 3 years of peace really does something to them. It carried the last batch of industrial equipment to be sent to the Niter in the Northport. When it left the underground transport tunnel of the industrial center, 14 workers watched it leave the platform. It could have been hard to tell if they were marble statues or living people had it been not for the safety helmets on their heads and the gleam in their eyes under the headlights. Now they are all standing in the stuffy control room. Someone is sitting on the cement floor with legs spread out, fanning the stuffy air with a helmet. Sweat is beading on his forehead and nose. Another person buries his head in his arms in silence. He is bare-chested, his bronze back showing. Another is holding the phone by the control console just to hear the busy signal to pass time. Another is leaning against the console. He is constantly rubbing his temples, making them red and bringing out their original color. And there is this other one staring dead at the clock on the wall, eyes bloodshot. A pile of cigarette butts sits at his feet. This control room is located at the heart of the industrial area. It is where workers control all the key parts of the industrial area. Who else can hack one of the big AIs? I'm not sure. Dominic. Quote unquote Dominic. This room was shut down 2 hours ago along with the fusion reactor that powers the entire port. The last transport vehicle that left the industrial area was unable to take the old and massive fusion reactor with it, so it took 77.5 kilograms of ultra-low temperature deuterium tritium fuel balls instead. But it left 0.75 kilograms behind in the end. These people received orders to defend this place at all costs and to never let the punishing take over the industrial area. Once Palau crew's ground defense retreats to the North Port in less than 5 minutes, as calculated by the Kowloong headquarters, the entire South Port will be engulfed by the punishing's red tide, and these people will have long lost their chance to leave. In other words, they will and can only provide power to the North Port for 5 more minutes. In 5 minutes, the marble-sized glass ball is already loaded into the ignition chamber, and the old machine above their heads that has been with them for 2 years would be their only weapons against the world. 2047. Pressurize the target chamber. The worker sitting by the control console nods, opens the key cover, and turns the reactor activation key without hesitation. Ignition, jeez. Ignition at 2050. Any objections? Ugh. So much reading. I can already feel my voice starting to give way. The room remains dead silent. No one makes a sound. Zhang lit another cigarette. The worker leaning on the stool nods, slides a cigarette out of the package, and carefully puts the aluminum foil pack away. He didn't think he'd be able to light the cigarette with his shaky hands, but the cigarette lights up on his first try. Nice job. He holds the cigarette, gestures to Xianji, and takes a light puff before handing it to the next person. I would hope not. I hate losing my voice. I remember... When was it? I think it was like a month or two ago. I can't remember which chapter it was, but it was like the day after I had done a PGR stream, doing a bunch of reading, and I was playing Final Fantasy XIV with a friend, and we were in a Discord call, and they were like, "Your voice sounds different. What happened?" And I was like, "Oh, I did a lot of reading last night." I just did a lot of live reading. It was definitely before Spiral of Kronos, I think. The cigarette shouldn't be enough for 14 people, but in those 3 minutes, each puff of nicotine-laden smoke seems to last an eternity. By the time the cigarette finally gets to Xianqi, the butt is all that's left. But he takes a deep breath, and the dark red glow on the cigarette is gone. That was it. The worker sitting at the control console is silent. He only points to one of the many indicator lights. The headquarters told them that in case the situation got better, the Kowloong crew would send a signal to the main control room to indicate that they should halt the reactor overload operation. But the green light that is their only hope remains dark. Xianqi doesn't say anything anymore. He chucks the cigarette butt and gestures for the worker at the console to leave before taking over the seat. This isn't your responsibility. He grins, wipes his dusty hands, and presses the red button. The funnel-shaped reactor nearby belches out a piercing scream. A blue-white beam shoots into the night sky, and an invisible heatwave sweeps over them all. I think for the remainder of this stream, I'll just read in my regular voice. Trying to do different voices, especially earlier when they were in the meeting room. Jeez. This fusion reactor was bought from Agdalec. It uses the most primitive configuration from the Golden Age. It's as sturdy and reliable as an old ox. But if all target chambers are forcefully inserted during full power plasma circulation, the power of the plasma, which should bombard the fuel balls sequentially, jeez, will increase drastically. The silicon-lithium compound assisting the reaction in the chamber will further amplify the growth rate, strengthening the fusion. By design, this reactor can only withstand maximum critical overload for 60 seconds. Only God knows what will happen after those first 60 seconds. 6 small deuterium and tritium fuel balls weighing a total of 0.75 kilograms will react completely at ignition to prevent more destruction and collateral damage. This will cause the core to overload and result in a controlled mild explosion of 2-kilometer radius. You got a Chernobyl. It's like loading 6 bullets that will generate a 2-kilometer wide sun when fired. Jesus Christ! The wind of hatred roars above their heads. Someone begins to hum a song. Amidst the reactor's intermittent screams and the control room's blaring alarms, his singing can still be heard clearly. At first he sings alone. More workers soon join in. Through the control room's glass windows, they see the corrupted and the other hideous creatures drawn in by the intense reaction. There's no need to ask what's ahead. The singing grows louder until it is no longer just singing but a roar that drowns out all the alarms and screams. Their voice seems to be shaking the entire factory. More corrupted continue to climb up the reactor, wrecking the magnesium aluminum combustion agents on its outer layer. Some hetero creatures even begin to attack the control room's reinforced glass panes. Stand tall and march forward. The sacrifice. You must protect the factory at all costs. I now give you permission to destroy all the facilities by overloading the reactor and blowing up the industrial zone if necessary. Never hand it over to the corrupted and hetero creatures intact. Do not retreat. I repeat, do not retreat. The sacrifice. A tall candle burns brightly, piercing the heavy night and illuminating the shoulders of the heroes about to ignite another beam of light. They will never be gentle. They will never compromise. They will continue to resist. If all else fails, blow it all up. remember like the first few streams I've ever done on this channel, I showed off like my music projects and stuff, the stuff I've worked on. And that was like a day later, I would get a copyright claim on those streams just because I played my own music on my fucking stream. That's why I decided to not do anything music. No, well, Flame of Hope. I gotta talk over this. Blah, 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 blah. All right, come on. Do that. Get to play as waifu. You do things to fix it, but they won't because it lets them stay off hands. Hands off. Yeah, it's just so annoying. And again, like, the claims don't really do anything. They kind of just stop my monetary gain from my music projects and stuff. They just have when they do claim it, it's just put on a 30, like, monetization, like the funds. Hey. Huh? This is taking forever. What time is it? 3 minutes to 10. Today sure felt like a lifetime. 37 counts as a lifetime? I would have thought you were 73 from the way you talk. Am I living on borrowed time or what? I have no idea who's talking. It doesn't say. The old terminal in the middle of the tunnel's emergency care zone is beeping on and off. Some people are standing while others sit. Some are leaning against the pillar with the hanging terminal, while some are watching from afar because they cannot get any closer. The song creates gentle ripples on the dust-colored waters. The factory is glimmering in the distance against the setting sun. The train flies past. The windows are ablaze with light. What a beautiful song. It's good, right? My wife taught me to sing it when I was younger. This doesn't sound like a song from Kowloong. No idea. My wife told me the person who taught her the song was already dead. Yeah, they're better off dead. Better off. In times like this, it's better to be dead. How old is your wife? Same as you. Nonsense. You're in your 70s and your wife is 42? Huh. Keep singing. It's nice. A growing crowd silently gathers around the terminal. Among them are soldiers in uniform, politicians in suits, weary doctors and nurses, and disheveled civilians. And the great ravens and strike hawks that only got back a moment ago. Hey, tell me, if we can't make it back, is it going to hurt? What? When the light wall hits, is it going to hurt? No. How do you know? I asked who's she. It's going to be super hot. We won't feel anything at all, so we're just going to get vaporized. After hearing this, a tall, bulky Polaris crew member limps away, refusing to listen anymore. It's good. That's good. Are you scared of pain? A little. I'd rather it be quick and painless. Aren't you soldiers scared? I am a bit scared. My colleagues always say I don't look like a soldier. You do have that nerdy look. The terminal continues to beep on and off. Huh? She was so cute as a child, with bright eyes like her mom's. She is stubborn like a mule, just like her dad. Was your granddaughter born on the Niter? No, there was a war in the city the year she was born, so I brought her onto the Niter. The Niter must have had birth regulations back then, right? How did the kid survive? I had to pull some strings. They agreed to keep her out of sight for a few years before letting her out. I didn't know you had so much influence. So, where is she now? Well, bedridden in the hospital. I'm not sure if she's ever going to wake up. Then why are you here? You should be with her. No, I can't. I'm sure she has someone looking after her right now. Now anyway. I've always wanted her to live a more stable life and have a happy, carefree childhood. So she needn't worry about things that kids her age don't need to worry about. If she can't make it, then I have no reason to live on. Are you afraid of death? Me? I've stared death in the face more than once. I'm not afraid of death. I just want my children to live. No matter when and no matter where. That day. Flashback. Attention all units. Record correction data. Target 77. Concentrated fire. Charge 1. Backside 375. Base rate 115. Deflection 005. The electronic command center is down, so the artillery at the dock is relying on visual observation for targeting. The nearly 5-meter high Type 79 570 millimeter self-propelled coastal gun is aiming its dark barrel at the enemy across Kowloong Bay. Beneath this steel monster are crowds of ordinary people carrying baggage. Wencha! Wencha! A man covered in blood shouts from the crowd while holding up a baby. The person being called is standing on a high platform. He immediately locates the source of the voice. He signals the man from the BC crew next to him to continue directing the battle, climbs down the ladder and slips into the crowd. What's going on? The child. Quick, get her up, onto the ship. He's holding the blood-stained swaddling cloth in his hands and lifting it up to Wencha. Why are you alone? Where's Chi-Ling? Where's your son? Where is he? And your wife? The people from Factory 122. Did they make it out? Answer me! Ma seems to be choking on something. He only shakes his head in silence. Those bastards. We need to get you treated, Ma. Doctor! Doctor! Live. Ma passes out. Apparently drained of the last bit of his strength, saying those words. He is covered in blood and mud and trampled by people in a panic. But his hands are still protecting the child from harm and holding it up at Wencha. Somebody! Help! The baby lies quietly in the blood-stained swaddle, unaware of what has happened. She stares at the man in uniform in front of her without making a sound. She survived that day. She became one of the survivors of that day. It's been 7 nodes. Oh, 26%. That's 3.5 hours. It's only 26%. Entering the gate. Present time, underground bunker, November 9th. You promised this wouldn't happen. Kowloong's roar is echoing in the command room. A broken pen lies quietly by the map table. Jeez. Remember what you said? You said restarting the light wall would solve everything. We've sacrificed so much. We went through so much just to get this thing up and running, and now what? What am I supposed to do now? Don't worry, we'll see Chu later. Maybe. Surely, right? The punishing is seeping into the ground. What kind of elimination is this? So many of us died for absolutely nothing. The members of the Kowloong crew in the command room are all holding their breaths. They have never seen their leader this angry. Kowloong notices his emotional outburst and takes a deep breath before picking up the pen he broke. Sorry. I was just relaying what Huashu said. Maybe Huashu made a mistake. It looks like the light wall can only eliminate the hetero creature's forms, but not the punishing in them. The terminal on the map table continues to flash and beep. Oh shit. I didn't know. I will take full responsibility. Blaming is pointless at this point, Polaris says with her head hanging. The light wall didn't solve everything, but it has slowed their advance. The question is, what do we do next? Based on previous experience, once the punishing seeps into the earth, there's no way to eradicate it. Oh god. Maybe we should set everyone onto the Niter. Can the Niter break through the punishing that's accumulated at the outer harbor? Kowloong shakes his head in despair. No. The Niter won't make it through the punishing when it's so concentrated. If we force it through the southern outer harbor, the Niter would turn into a metal coffin. Or we have one last hope, but it's not up to me. I don't need a suggestion robot in a machine. Okay? The other end disconnects. Whatever happens, you can't stay here any longer. Soon the hetero creatures will spread via the underground transport tunnels. We have to retreat for now. Retreat? To where? Kowloong is right behind us. There are a lot of mountains behind Kowloong and several inland safe zones. But if we retreat now, our enemies will just show up at our doorstep again sooner or later. Hey, I've got an idea. The indicator light of a mechanoid that has been silently standing next to Han Ying silently lights up. Mr. Schulz? Yes, it seems like these machines with self-awareness came from the Science Council too. The models mentioned in these reports might be crucial clues. And we just might gain a whole new perspective of civilization and the machines themselves if we learn about where these machines come from. I mean, they might have already formed a sizable group already. There's nothing unusual about the person named Han Ying, whom Pulao refers to as sister, but the mechanoid accompanying her is the odd one out in the room. Has anyone considered another way? A natural course of events. An inevitable outcome of the process of evolution. What did you say? You realize that Lee might have come to the same conclusion as you, but Lee keeps his eyes trained on Schulz. His hand slowly moves to the gun beside him. A perfect free world without any interference. An inorganic world. Watch out! What? With the shout, Lee, who is standing beside Han Ying, draws his gun in a flash and points it at the mechanoid. But it is too late. Oh my god. Schulz! A sharp blade has pierced her chest from behind. To everyone's surprise, it isn't blood that's seeping out of her body. Mechanoid. Han Ying! What's happening? Goodbye, hypocrite in human skin. Lucia and Chrome couldn't draw their weapons in time because of the limited space in the war room. Only Lee reacted fast enough because he was prepared. Bang! Schulz! A bullet grazes Han Ying's face and buries into the wall behind her. Despicable scum. The mechanoid is using Han Ying to block Lee's bullet. The blade in her chest is controlling her like a puppet. Don't worry, this will all end soon. The blue indicator light on the mechanoid begins to flash faster. You betrayed the church? No, the church betrayed the church. He pulls the blade from Han Ying's body and she collapses onto the floor like a puppet without its strings. Lucia! This will all end soon, Chief. Oh god! Just before Han Ying passes out, She sees Lucia drawing her blade and charging at the mechanoid with the rapidly blinking blue light. He was a bomb? You don't remember anything else after that, except dizziness and ringing in her ears. Dust from the violent explosion is everywhere in the small war room. Every bone in your body is screaming in pain as if the explosion has shattered them into pieces. Uzubeni! Uzubeni! Live, one sure. Cough. Fine, I'm okay. I will become death. Palau lifts her dragon bane and chops the destroyed mechanoid into two. The broken voice module mixed in the dust is still using its last bit of energy to utter a bizarre final message. I will have my revenge. I will live. That which does not kill me makes me stronger. I can't speak German. Was mich nicht umbringt, macht mich starker. What? What is happening? Present time. Why should I trust a counselor from Kowloong? You don't have to. He's German, it's over. He's speaking another language. That can't be good. Asimov catches lids, staring intensely at the report, so he pushes it away. You must understand that Parliament wouldn't have passed that bill so quickly if Kowloong didn't interfere. And if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have gotten your hands on that report. So, are you here to reap the fruits of my hard work? I prefer to call it sharing. Asimov hesitates for a moment before putting his hand on the report. You, of all people, should know that I will make all of this public when I get a chance. So why bother asking me all these questions now? I won't stop you. If Kowloong wanted to stop you, he would have gotten you kicked from the Science Council for many reasons. With information and knowledge comes power, and power is authority. In other words, you hold more power now than anyone in Babylonia. If you want to hear it from me, keep quiet. I will. Litz nods and sits down on the other side of the terminal. Asimov pushes the report aside again and turns on the terminal. Hello. Hello? Asimov. Asimov tenses up right away after sensing something unusual. What's going on? What happened? It's kind of complicated and sudden. Let's hope it was just a self-destructing robot attack and nothing worse. A mechanoid was injured. In any case, everything is still a mess. You go first. Fine. Asimov glances at Litz next to him and keeps talking. According to the report from this afternoon... Wait, Asimov. Is this an encrypted channel? Yes. Good. Go ahead. I've noticed a few things on the report contents, but I can't say for sure that if they're all connected yet. Anyway, we have concluded that Project Gestalt was handled by Section 3 of the Science Council during the Golden Age. But in the file, Villiers was not the person who transferred from Kowloong back to the Council to lead the project. That person's name is Igor Lvovich Landau. Sounds like someone from the Arctic Route Union. You're right. He is a scientist from there. From the Arctic Route Union, before the Arctic Route Union was established, he was a professor at Elizabeth University and a renowned scholar during the Golden Age. He transferred from Kowloong to the Council because he worked as a special consultant for the Fuxi Research Institute in Kowloong for a hefty sum and held an important position. He lived in Kowloong for over 5 years. I'm sending you all the details I have on this scholar right now. Are you sure about this? An artificial intelligence expert who proposed freshwater aquaculture and wrote a book on edible mushrooms? That's what I have. He sure knows a lot. You can hardly tell that he's a physicist, but I double-checked with the files from the Arctic Route Union's database. The info is accurate. The records say that Dr. Landau committed suicide. They're finishing the Project Gestalt? Yes. Isn't the timing a bit too convenient? Dead right after the job is done? No, I don't think Dominic would do something like that. There must be more to this. I'll keep looking. Another thing to keep in mind is that Villiers, the Kowloong scientist, worked under Dr. Landau after joining the Science Council. What this means, Villiers was involved in the core of the project. After Gestalt was completed, Villiers returned to Kowloong to lead the development of Huashu. That still doesn't explain everything. Right, so I found something else. Asimov casts an uneasy glance at list. Things related to Gestalt in Babylonia. The control court's actions gave me an idea, so I compared the current data on the punishing virus with some segments in Gestalt. Before Gestalt's core was transferred to Babylonia, it was already infected with the punishing virus. Wait, what? To verify this, I examined Gestalt again but found no signs of infection. Didn't you say that the scene Watanabe saw in his mind was... Oh! These and these. It targeted our biggest weakness. Could it be that these viruses are intelligent? We have to stop them. So Gestalt was already infected with the punishing virus when Watanabe was defending Nidhart. I can't figure out what happened to Gestalt just from what Nidhart said. That's right, Usabeni. This conclusion matches the information you saw in Watanabe's mind. Other than Nidhart, nobody knows what cleared Gestalt of the punishing virus. One thing we know for sure is that during the operation to evacuate Gestalt's core was from deep inside the Science Council, an unknown external force infiltrated the deep well of Gestalt. It increased the concentration of the punishing virus in there. Was that the external force? We don't know yet. Or perhaps we'll never know. Why? We didn't lose records during the Great Transfer during the chaos or by mistake, Usabeni. Someone made sure it happened. Someone was trying to cover something up. Cover up something, yes. But they also left behind some things, like the information on Babylonia, interstellar travel, and the interstellar colonization plan. As you know, the mothership we now call Babylonia was actually an Eden II class colony ship. There was another, an earlier prototype class, the Eden I. This smaller model was built to test theories and spacefaring capabilities. The person who led its development was Chu. Under her guidance and investment, Kowloong took over the job of constructing this prototype vessel from the Science Council. Chu probably also had influence over other aspects of Babylonia. What you're saying is that Kowloong and Chu contributed to the initial development of Babylonia. That's right. But why would she later try to take Babylonia down? She is probably the only one who knows the answer to that question. Also, Babylonia isn't completely reliant on the zero-point energy reactor. What do you mean? I found some information on the Science Council's previous interstellar program. It's called Project Orient. It is directly connected to the world government's Project Eden for space colonization. The Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City, or Tsiolkovsky Launch Center, is located on the far northern border of Kowloong. It sits right next to the Arctic Route Union. The Interstellar Project Orient began there. This launch center was built by Kowloong. What I'm saying is that before, the Council decided to build Eden 1 and 2. They ordered many deep space exploration missions. The Dawn 3 deep space probe used a fusion reactor. That was a precursor to the zero-point energy reactor. So fusion reactors were initially developed for interstellar travel and colonization, and they have also passed the functional tests. Wait. Question mark? So you mean... Why is Kurono's man here? It's complicated. This guy promised me that he wouldn't interfere with or try to influence our work. So are you saying that Babylonia is already capable of using fusion reactors for its travel and colonization plans? I can only say that it has been technically tested. Keep in mind that fusion reactors are less efficient for travel compared to zero-point energy. I got it. Liz turns around and leaves the meeting room in Section 2 with a stern face. What's happening? He might have other arrangements. Back to our discussion, Usabeni. There's one more thing I believe has to do with you. Of course. I am the MC after all. Norman Mining Corp. What could a mining contractor possibly have to do with this? Asimov found some files that belong to the Science Council from the Golden Age. Norman Group was responsible for constructing the Gestalt Deep Well underneath the Council. They built an enormous underground research city. That underground city would be the Gestalt Deep Well beneath the Science Council, right? Norman Group didn't have enough funds and power to build something like that. But Asimov found a proposal for another project. Norman took on another project that's almost identical to the one underneath the council. They also dug an equally massive space beneath Kowloong City. Right below Kowloong? That's right. Under the dim light inside the cart, Du-Hong lines up from her sullen look, puts the terminal in front of everyone once more, and turns on the communication channel. The terminal is flashing, but the sound isn't clear, probably because they are moving at high speed. Chew! There's our queen. Is that where Chew is then? She's under Kowloong? Oh, she's underneath the city. Whoa. Oh, what the hell? Midnight. Oh, wow, look at it split off like that. Interesting. How far are we on this? 28%. I wonder if it splits off. I wonder how many times it splits off. It splits off like this. Stop being cryptic. Your people are dying, but finally we can see you. For real. It's only 28%. If I'm doing 3 parts of this, I want to at least get to like 33, 34%. Abandoning hope. Let me double check with something real quick. Sure, let me see. Doesn't show me right. How many nodes are there total? There are 37 nodes in total. This is only 9. Holy shit. Oh god. Longer stream, I'm not complaining. Yeah. Yeah, it's 37 nodes to go through. 37 total. We're only at 9. Yeah, I'll try and get to... For today, I'll try and get to like 33, 34%. And then I can continue tomorrow. Abandoning hope. Earlier, Kowloong. 1,200 meters below Kowloong, somewhere. Within the pitch darkness, a tall wall constructed of light and shadow looms, displaying a continuous stream of data and images. A slender figure stands alone, facing this towering structure. Hua Shu, report the situation. As of now, there haven't been any notable spikes in punishing virus reactions within the former Kowloong Corp's jurisdiction. Within the former Kowloong Chamber of Commerce's jurisdiction, signals other than the punishing wavelengths cannot be detected in 64% of the Hexabridge port areas. Can we trace the source? Some relevant information samples were intercepted when the light wall was activated. Out of all the targets taken out by the light wall, 84.2% exhibited punishing biological traits, namely hetero creatures, with 35.7% resembling chordates and 31% resembling arthropods, or chordates. Chu faces the towering wall, quietly listening to Hua Shu's report. From one word to another, from steel monsters flashing a red glow to punishing creatures made of pure flesh. All she has witnessed is parting, crying, death, and ceaseless suffering. Oh my god. The fact that the punishing can seep into the earth as well. It's going to find its way into the underground, isn't it? Of course it's going to find its way into the underground. Oh my god. Nowhere safe. Literally, space is the only safe place. Suffering is meaningless. Well, that's something. Everything now is nothing different from what she saw decades ago. War never changes. True. Iconic. War never changes. Apart from that, only 15.7% of the targets eliminated displayed traits of corrupted inorganic entities. What about the remaining 0.1%? Those losses were unavoidable when the light wall was activated. Were those people's data scanned? Scanning is impossible without signal repeaters on the periphery, which means their mind data can't be uploaded to Tabula Akasha. Correct. Before Chu, the outcome outside the trillion-degree energy field of the light wall manifests as stark, unfeeling numbers. Yet behind these numbers lies their tenacious will to live, even as they opted to confront death. Then can we trace the source of these hetero creatures and corrupted? According to the signal detection findings, it's only confirmed that these punishing entities all came from the ocean beyond the auxiliary city of Hexabridge Port. The origin of these biologically characterized hetero creatures remains unclear. The report from Hangji mentions that these hetero creatures exhibit organizational behaviors, a fact also supported by the current battle scenarios. However, as of now, no leader figure has been detected among these organized hetero creatures. It's like fighting a war blindfolded. I will continue to search and deduce any entity that exhibits such traits. Bzz. The once orderly flow of data and images on the towering wall suddenly flickers and trembles with Huashu's voice becoming distorted, only to swiftly return to its normal state. What happened? Captured an unconventional high-frequency intrusive signal. This signal comprises multiple decoding units and possesses high power, leading to a temporary surge in Huashu's load, which is now restored to normal. The cyber attacks against us still happening? Yes. How's Tabula Akasha? Currently, all sectors of Tabula Akasha remain unaffected by the punishing virus and cyber attacks, and the surface protective barriers are holding steady. Yost. All units are functioning normally. Huashu's firewall operates with a separate load independent of the Tabula Akasha sectors. If the load gets too heavy, stop the special simulation I requested earlier. Prioritize the safety of Tabula Akasha, and ensure you have enough computing power to maintain its operation. Understood. Lady Chu. With a ripple of Azure data fluctuations, Hangji, now in a digitized form, appears next to Chu. Go ahead. According to reports from outside, following the activation of the light wall, those hetero creatures disintegrated into a liquid-like substance and infiltrated the underground of Hexabridge Port. Where were they decomposed by the light wall? Collision? Yes. So the wall can only destroy the physical structure of hetero creatures, but not the punishing virus itself. This plan instructed by Huashu seems to have failed. Chu's dark green hair seems unusually weighty beneath the illumination of the ever-flowing data wall, while her already profound eyes now shimmer with a chilly glow. What's the next step, Lady Chu? You may leave for now. Tabula Akasha still needs you to take on some of Huashu's responsibilities. I understand, but those people outside are still trapped in Hexabridge Port. The waterways for the night outside are obstructed as well. If we don't find a solution, I have my own plan. Understood. Hold on. Lady Chu? Document the names of everyone who died in this tragedy, whether they were victims or martyrs. Yes, Lady Chu. That's a lot. Then I'll take my leave. Hangji's figure fades away, leaving Chu all alone once more. You heard it. With your authorization, the target number of simulations have been adjusted based on current variables. The adjusted target number of simulations is approximately 1.75 times 10 to the power of 45. I think that's right. I haven't done math in forever, alright? Math is my weakest subject. Still astronomical. Compared to the number of possibilities before the reactivation of the light wall, the number has diminished by over 10 orders of magnitude. Let's proceed to the next step. Are you sure you want to execute this action? Within the disturbance range of the simulation target, the probability of achieving the desired confidence interval remains below 1 in 137. She'll take her chances. In other words, even among 1.75 times 10 to the power of 45 possibilities, achieving the target interval still necessitates an additional 1 in 137 ideal confidence conditions. Didn't you see? The Grey Raven Commandant, that chief, is also here. Usubeni cannot become a simulation variable because they cannot be precisely measured. On one of the screens on the data wall, that person is displayed. The last encounter Chuo had with this human in person was on the observatory, only to end in a confrontation. Let's do what we must. Before that, I must warn you. The prime command you previously gave was to prioritize the safety of Tabula Akasha at any expense. This prime command was not only given to you, but to myself as well. Can I interpret that after opening the protective barriers beneath the inner area, this command still stands? Yes, Hwashu. It's still the same for you and for me. Understood. I will still prioritize the safety of Tabula Akasha at any expense. Hwashu's voice echoes in Chu's ears, but her profound gaze remains fixed on the screen showing the figure of Usabeni. Why did they quote-unquote the "at any expense" line? That kind of scares me. It seems that Usabeni survived the seemingly suicide bombing without much harm, and is currently guiding the survivors along Pulau and Chaofang toward evacuation in the North Port area. The hetero creatures with unknown origins have surged through Kowloong like lightning, extinguishing people's hope for survival. Everything has happened too fast, way too fast. Numerous people didn't even have the opportunity to scream before being engulfed by the rushing blood-red tide. Even the light wall proves incapable of entirely eradicating the punishing virus, a relentless devourer, as those who altruistically sacrifice themselves to repel it fall one by one. Countless people, dead or alive, will gather here until the end of the world. Prepare to send a comms request, Hwashu. Du Hong should still be alive. Contact her. I want to speak with them. Open the protective barriers beneath the inner area and assign all computing power, excluding that of Tabula Akasha, to protect the people. Allow entry into Tabula Akasha for anyone willing to do so and for anyone seeking survival. Additionally, the thing I asked Hangzhe to document must also be completed. Voice print signature confirmed, Monarch of Kowloong. Now opening the dome barriers for Ren Shu A to Ren Yi T within Tabula Akasha. In approximately 12 minutes, the dome barriers within the designated areas will be deactivated and the rail system will be established. In 55 minutes, the impact of the punishing virus will reach the surface protective barriers of Tabula Akasha. In 1 hour and 7 minutes, the impact of the punishing virus will reach the central protective barriers of Tabula Akasha. 1 hour and 46 minutes, the first wave of the punishing virus will reach the physical layer of Tabula Akasha. Following that, 3 hours 36 minutes, Hwashu's firewall will be breached by the punishing virus. In 4 hours 52 minutes, Hwashu's computing core will be breached by the punishing virus. In 6 hours 18 minutes, the logical destruction rate of all sectors in the data layer of Tabula Akasha will reach 50%. In 6 hours 23 minutes, the logical destruction rate of all sectors in the data layer of Tabula Akasha will reach the 90% self-termination threshold. In approximately 6 hours and 42 minutes, the Tabula Akasha city beneath the former Kowloong Corp will be completely overtaken by the punishing virus. Simultaneously, it will mark the failure of Project Tabula Akasha. Upon receiving the command, Hwashu promptly projects a prominent countdown on the data wall. That crimson hue seems to unfold before her eyes once more, where the past, present, and future intertwine in a tapestry of the punishing virus, blood, fire, and this is sunset for Kowloong. Oh god, we only have 6 hours, girl. Where are we? 30%? Like 1 or 2 more nodes? Destiny. "16 minutes before hetero creatures breach the physical layer." This is a marvel of human engineering. All this underground, that's crazy. They excavated a cavern 1,200 meters deep without harming the expansive modern city above, reconstructing an ancient city with a volume of 22 million cubic meters. In an era where the world's attention is captivated by the grandeur of deep space, this stands as humanity's most profound and ancient homage to this planet. Tabula Akasha. To construct this city, Kowloong expended thousands of years in its rich history to amass its extensive archives, flattening mountains to contribute bricks and mortar. Millions of tons of steel were used to shape its unyielding backbone, and dozens of perpetual reactors are erected to sustain its ever-burning lights. This is how it was meant to be. Don't rush, don't push, don't shove. Everyone, please cross a passage ahead and evacuate to the lower shelter area through the outer area. Be careful. Don't stand in the high-pressure water turbine area. Don't block the evacuation routes during equipment transportation. Hey, I'm talking to you. Where's your supervisor? Now, Kowloong crew members continuously shouted through their loudspeakers, guiding the crowd to safety while striving to uphold order. Some of the members' voices are so hoarse that merely listening to them causes discomfort in one's own vocal cords. I hope that isn't happening with me. The once empty ancient passages of Tabula Akasha are currently bustling with people, resonating with noises. Just a few hundred more, and it will be done. That ends the evacuation of the entire Niter. In a makeshift shelter made of tattered cloth, Kowloong wearily walks in and leans against some hastily laid out blueprints. According to the blueprint Hung just sent over, there's a pipeline layer every 20 meters down from the surface. Once the surface shelters are full, we'll need to accommodate people there. My crew just went to check. They look like air raid tunnels but are quite robust. It should be no problem. We have 15 minutes left. The bright red countdown blazes at the center of the screen. Over an hour has passed on Huashu's countdown since the Kowloong crew command retreated into Tabula Akasha. What's the status in the enemy engagement area? Is the battle line arranged? It's located in the lower section of the dome toward the 2 o'clock direction. Chrome marks out an area on the blueprint of Tabula Akasha. 30 minutes ago, Kamu, Lee, and Lucia initiated a systematic approach to steer the hetero creatures in this direction within the dome's isolation layer. Without guidance, they might invade from all directions. We must lure them in and contain them here. It's our only chance. Given the Niter's inability to depart, even with the joint efforts of the Niter, Grey Raven, and Strikehawk, breaking through the fortified encirclement of hetero creatures from all directions would be highly improbable. If this Tabula Akasha blueprint is accurate, approximately 400 meters down, there is an engineering tunnel heading toward the northwest of Kowloong, which makes it a potential route to retreat to the mountains. If the surface becomes impassable, we'll need to resort to underground paths. Kowloong, dragging his weary body, pushes himself up to inspect the underground engineering tunnel that Chrome indicated, before rising to his feet again. Alright, let's do this. Can you still hold up? I'm fine, just a bit tired. Kowloong pauses momentarily, as if recollecting something, before retrieving an item from his pocket and passing it to Chrome. It was a Strikehawk badge. His expression remains hidden beneath the mask. You all have better skills and more experience in leading battles than we do. I trust you and Usabeni who devised these tactical plans. Keep this for me. When everything is over, I'll ask it back. No problem. Chrome grasps that outstretched hand. Everyone, we must complete the evacuation of all civilians within 10 minutes. After that, anyone capable of wielding a weapon, assemble at the engagement area. Roger. We will also join the battle. Of course, this isn't our first time fighting side by side. It won't be the last. Kowloong nods, lifts the tent flap, and steps outside. That death flag is crimson. It's as red as the red tide, bro. In 10 minutes, this place, with the splendor of its history frozen in time, will turn into a new merciless battlefield. Jesus Christ. Think harder, Usabeni. Think harder. What's the plan after the 10 minutes? Unfolding the massive Tabula Akasha blueprint on the table, it feels as though you are brought back to an hour ago. Hey, Teddy. Captain said only I could handle this. Sigh. Huh. According to the blueprint, the entire Tabula Akasha takes on a spindle-like shape, and the largest structure is where you currently are, the ancient city, correct? This area also happens to be the most extensive flat space available. The central region has been dug around 500 meters deep. These lie beneath what you refer to as the surface. Above the dome here, many underground pipelines extend toward the surface of Kowloong. How should I put this? These pipelines are like veins, situated within an isolation layer between the underground dome and Kowloong's surface. While constructing these artificial strata to substitute rock and soil, they employed a semi-permanent modular encapsulation approach. You can think of it as a puzzle of steel blocks of different sizes and shapes gradually replacing the deep foundation of Kowloong. The benefit of this approach is that it maximizes the stability of surface structures and facilitates the evacuation of massive underground structures and pipeline assemblies. The drawback is that once these semi-permanent modular structures are fixed, moving them on a large scale becomes incredibly hard. If they are shifted and reopened, even if resealed, without external sealing and compression, many gaps will appear between the surface and the dome. It's similar to taking apart an assembled model and removing all the screws between the pieces, and when you reassemble it, some parts won't align properly, and even if they do, it won't be as secure as it was originally. This design logic appears to have been intended for permanent closure once shut. Wait, this footnote in the Design Institute code. Is this blueprint made by Norman Mining Corp? Why would they use such an irreversible and non-replicable construction approach? That's enough. Hey, I haven't finished yet, you bookworm. At the other end, Asimov cut off Teddy's comms. So, you are all inside Tabula Akasha right now? It seems so. I thought the Tabula Akasha Asimov mentioned was purely a data project. And yet, they even managed to build an underground city with the help of Norman Mining Corp. Without this place, the people here would have had nowhere else to fall back to. Anyway, Zeraphym, all the available forces that can serve as reinforcements have been dispatched. Given the current situation, they can't land anywhere close to Kowloong's ports, and the city itself, which is already overrun with hetero creatures. The landing points have to be relatively farther out. Understood. How many people have you evacuated in total? I don't have an exact number yet, but it should be hundreds of thousands, not including those who retreat to the outer areas. Hundreds of thousands, huh? A hint of worry appears in Hassan's eyes. We haven't traced the source of these hetero creatures either. Everything has been happening too fast. This battle is entirely on you, Zeraphym. Commander Nicola and I will do everything in our power to assist, so don't worry about that. Then, what about the Parliament? After the incident with Drillard, the Parliament is as stubborn as in situations like this. Aside from the issues with the computing power lock in Huashu, they can't ignore Gestalt either. When it comes to providing military aid, Gestalt's advice has always received unanimous approval. However, if the Parliament chooses to deploy the longest arsenal with a significant majority vote, even staunch opposition for Gestalt won't sway the ultimate decision. At that point, you must retreat. No, they won't leave. I saw things in their eyes. These people will never abandon their land and home, no matter what. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, they'll hold onto it at all costs. And survive. Even so, you must remain rational, Zeraphym. Once Tabula Akasha is secured, the next steps will be up to your judgment. Until then, just let everyone continue what they should do. The question lies straight before you. What action should you take after the 10 minutes? Order a retreat. Or hold the ground here, wait for reinforcements to break through from the outside, and then launch a counterattack with them. Gestalt won't fire long on us because it will reach the surface and kill everyone underground. Yeah. But like Hassan says, even if Gestalt is like, no, we can't do it, it's not going to be enough to sway the... It's not going to be enough to sway the parliament, as Hassan said. Gestalt doesn't want to do it, but people in the parliament don't want to take that chance. If in 10 minutes hetero creatures do breach Tabula Akasha, how should the battle proceed? Leading thousands of pieces on a 22 million cubic meter chessboard, a single misstep could cost tens of thousands of lives. Damn it. Why hasn't Chu shown up yet? Aren't these her own people? As the leader of the corporation and ruler of Kowloong, she should be leading this battle herself. But since that broadcast declaring the opening of Tabula Akasha, she hasn't appeared again. Wait a minute. An idea strikes you like a bolt of lightning. If Tabula Akasha was her sole purpose, then the punishing virus brought by the hetero creatures would undoubtedly obliterate it. Nevertheless, she opted to open Tabula Akasha and allow people inside, a decision that contradicts her purpose. Which means she may have a reason for having to do so. Or, is this part of the game? Boom! A deep rumble erupts nearby, interrupting your thoughts. The once bright dome dims slightly, trembling with it. Northeast direction! According to the scan signals, the final protective barrier has been taken down. Let's head over there too. The four of them should almost be done guiding the hetero creatures. Let's go. Another signal's coming through. The countdown on the giant screen disappears only to be replaced by a new one. 1 hour 57:46. 1:57:45, 1:57:44. Hold on, there's movement from the lower levels. This person. Why are they emitting a punishing virus signal? An ascendant? But the signal isn't very strong. Something's not right. There should be only one individual in Tabula Akasha who exhibits a punishing virus signal, albeit not as potent as that of an ascendant. It's Chu. They cut out 5 hours. Yeah, we're on a time crunch, ladies and gentlemen. We only have 2 hours, man. It's the chess player finally entering the game herself. We only have 2 hours. Look at them march. They're marching to the beat. I like how they resemble terracotta warriors. That's really cool. Oh my god, it's an all-out brawl. Run, dude! Ugh. Prepare for battle. Oh, you're fighting them? I thought they were on our side. Oh, look at Taiye. Yes, Queen! Slay! Are they here already? Evacuate the civilians. Roger that, Lady Chu. They came from above. I won't let you ravage this place. Oh god, the punishings. Protect Lady Chu. Soldier type 0. For a second, I thought they were fighting alongside us, but no. We just got here and everything's burning. Please. Punishing doesn't want us to have any breaks. Go back and take care of the injured with Taiye. Fall back now. We must not give Tabula Akasha and Huashu more stress. The corrupted soldiers above us are too dangerous. I'll take care of them. Jump. Damn, she's dexterous. These weapons for Tabula Akasha's defense. That went by way too quick. I couldn't read it quick enough. Ooh, look at this arena. It's so cool.
九流の意志
Ground's shaking. What's going on? Oh. What the hell? It's a chariot. What the f-
歴史の中に消えてしまいなさい
Chariot 2?
崩壊なさいたかがこの程度
Oh. Come here.
刃の上で舞い上がる
These weapons of Tabiakacha defenses have been corrupted and need to be destroyed. Okay, thank you. I wonder if that was parryable. Oh, shit. They do? Oh, it is a parry. Okay. Yes, those are parries. Okay. Damn it. I still got hit for that. Damn it. There we go. Man can't be far behind. Lady Chu, those Babylonians will be here soon. Oh, by the way. Understood. Get the central control room ready. It's a matter of time before this place is set on fire. I mean, it's already on fire, but... as I just said, destiny. One hour, 19 minutes till the firewall collapses. You have 1 hour. You got 1 hour, dude. The silhouette resembling a peacock descends from the sky, pinning the last corrupted that breached the defense line to the ground. No one dares to approach her. Chu. We meet again. Lucia and Lee, who stand guard over the civilians, remain vigilant, perpetually prepared to resume the battle. However, Chu's gaze moves beyond them. As chief, can't you even speak? We're not on such terms that you can call me chief. You're the one in charge here, Lady Chu. If you say so. Chu exerts sudden force, and the corrupted, impaled by her glaive on the ground, twitches a few times before falling still. I thought you were dead. It seems I've achieved my goal then. During the execution of Tabula Akasha, I don't want any disturbance. Is it Lady Chu? A girl wrapped in bandages, but still clutching a weapon, gasps in astonishment. Oh, Lady Chu. Grandpa was right. Chu's gaze is briefly drawn to the girl. She looks familiar. This look. There's no mistake. Chu! It's Chu! More and more civilians and members of the Kowloong crew begin to gather around. They do not appear to be daunted by Chu's transcendent status, perhaps because they are unable to sense the punishing on Chu. More people, initially intending to withdraw further, gather in the vicinity, yet none muster the courage to approach her. Seeing the crowd gradually gather, you have no choice but to gesture to Lee and Lucia to lower their weapons. Chu. It's Chu. Monarch of Kowloong, you didn't abandon us. Go away. Get lost. You're the one who wouldn't let us go home. You rejected us. We will never forgive you. You are no longer part of Kowloong. You said that, didn't you? We live in fear every single day outside and you're just watching from underground the whole time? Do you know how tough it's been for us out there? And you did absolutely nothing. Say something. The The clamor of the crowd intensifies, each surge overpowering the last. Even so, no one is willing to take a step closer to Chu. This monarch of Kowloong, who once rejected others, now stands alone in the empty space, quietly bearing the rejection of others. Don't yell at her like that. Well then, let me tell you the truth. Over the years of Kowloong's development, I became its ruler. Denvilliers impersonated me. He sneaked off with a copy of Hua Shu and activated Plan B, the KCC vessel, the Niter. The rest is history. Villiers grew attached to the copy system, and his indiscretion eventually led to the demise of them both. Hua Shu came up with the plans for the city and the ship, and yet in their sordid little parallel, the other Hua Shu met such a pathetic end. What a disgrace to Kowloong. And as for you have the cheek to come back after you slunk off with Villiers? Now, Kowloong does not require you anymore. I appreciate you bringing the ship back in one piece, but you are no longer part of Kowloong. You and those on the ship used to be part of Kowloong, but after what you people went through out there, your mentality has changed. If I order you to attack Babylonia right now, will you do it? Will those on the ship do it? 3 years ago, before that war began, she turned away those who were wandering outside, yearning to return home. 3 years later, as another war seeps through Kowloong, the world has already changed. She is bearing the consequences of her own actions. It's about what happened back then in Kowloong. When we in the Niter arrived at the port of Kowloong, she openly refused to let the Niter residents return home. I don't understand a single thing she has done so far. But in hindsight, she did successfully fool us all. Back then, I also believed Gabriel had killed her. If the claims of that Kowloong crew member Hung Jie were accurate, Hua Shu has always been under her firm control. In other words, the so-called Hua Shu taken by Gabriel and Luna was, at most, just a terminal. Chu remains standing in the middle of the empty space, silently enduring the anger of those she had once rejected. Unexpectedly, a figure stumbles from the crowd into the open space, and the once raucous crowd slowly hushes into silence. Chu also notices the person slowly approaching, diverting her gaze from you to the individual. Why? The man appears rather slender, with his face and attire dust-covered, and the glasses on his nose slightly askew. Why? Why didn't you open the gate earlier? Why? Why? He stops just 3 meters away from Chu, murmuring softly. If only it had been a little earlier. Just a little earlier. An hour, even 40 minutes would have been enough. Or just half an hour earlier. Rice, wheat, the synthesis furnace. Those devices, they wouldn't have been lost. All those costly devices, all those things saved, could have been brought in. They could have been brought in. With a thud, the man in his suit collapses in front of Chu. Are you not? Does this guy remember he has a wife? In the profound silence, Chu speaks first, her tone icy. Is there any medic among you who can help him? Can't you see that he needs medical attention? Several medics in uniform quietly approach Chu, promptly beginning to treat the unconscious Niter merchant. Seeing someone come to handle the situation, Chu's gaze once again turns toward you, cold as steel. You need to continue moving downward. It's not safe here, she says in a soft voice. Then she pulls her glaive from the ground and walks away without looking back. Upon her departure, the crowd erupts once more, their intense gazes scorching her ever-cold back. Family? What family? Meanwhile, it's 30 past midnight. The ancient Kowloong architecture is now marred by the thick, punishing virus residue. Under the firelight that blazes through the night, 2 figures stand amidst the ruins, one tall, the other short. The smaller figure dons a cloak, with 2 brown braids falling from the hood, cradle. The other figure is a battered mechanoid, with sparks continuously emanating from its body. That's how it goes with civilizations. They fall, rise, and then fall again. This is the story of civilization. These things are known as history, and history as patterns. It's shul. It's just rhetoric. These are just justifications for their wicked actions and their self-centered praises. Have you read these stories too? Many. A cluster of weeds springs up beside her, and she strokes the grass, a deep purple flower blossoming by her touch. Many human stories are recorded here, along with the stories of this planet. As long as the information is sufficient, this place makes the entire Earth. Thank you. Cradle says. Cradle. Neither of us harbors any kindness. In the world I yearn for, you will not exist. But in the civilization you yearn for, I will not exist either. We are just using each other now. Use, as in human stories, is also a form of game. You have learned deception. I learned that from you. Do not compare me to humans. Here, we part ways. Sooner or later, there will be an unavoidable conflict between our kinds. When that time comes, you will not see me like this. Emperor is an issue. Can we get rid of him? Conflict between civilizations is also a pattern of civilization. Also, how is he still alive? The girl delicately shuts the book in her hand and tucks it into her cloak's pocket. You surely love reading. You got freaking bisected from Pulaou. How are you still up? Carrying a book everywhere is not a good habit. Books, stories, fortuity is also inevitability. She has gained knowledge. Ooh, battle. 34%. What if he's controlling all these machines and off somewhere else? Oh, that's another thing too. Yeah, he might be just controlling them from somewhere. He might just be controlling them. Regicide. Oh god, that's 10 nodes already. You know what? Screw it. I'll go for another like half hour. I'll go for another half hour. Yeah, 4 hours, and that's 34%. That's 1/3 of the entire thing. I don't mind doing another half hour. Or at least to a point where it feels like a good stopping point. Regicide. Well, I don't know. It's 37 nodes too. Not working, dies will stream away. It's 37 nodes. I want to split it up into like... Okay. I'll do 2 more nodes. This time I'll do 2 more nodes. I'll finish 11 and 12. And then I'll call it a night. And then continue it tomorrow. Oh, we're playing as Lee. You got 1 hour until the firewall collapses. Lady Chu. Bai Gui, waiting at the doorway, bows to Chu as she enters the hall. Nonetheless, Chu proceeds without pausing, striding inside with the data humanoid hovering beside her. According to the plan, we had prepared everything. What about Du Hong? Has she arrived? She will arrive with the people coming down here. Good. You may need to personally check Hoshu's status. Chu comes to a stop in front of the central console of the hall. Behind the glass walls, a golden spiral rotates slowly. Hoshu, report the situation. As of now, the physical damage rate is Tabula Akasha, 27.3%. While maintaining the computing power, Tabula Akasha. The firewall redundancy penetration rate, 37%. I will continue. Assist. External personnel's battle safety. Ensure the safety of Tabula Akasha's data. The spiral behind the glass curtain wall continues its dance, yet Hua Shu has already fallen silent. Yes, Lady Chu. A data wave appears beside Chu. Work with Baigui to balance the distribution of computing power between Huashu and Tabula Akasha. Allocate maximum computing power to Huashu while ensuring Tabula Akasha's safety. If Huashu falls, everything here will be over. The two figures dissipate upon her order, leaving Chu alone in the vast hall once again. It's time to checkmate in this game. I like how that giant mechanoid behind it is supposed to be just relocation and evacuation. 1 hour till the firewall collapses. The music really encapsulates the vibe very well. I like it. I appreciate your assistance. No problem. Level 2 is all settled. Commandant and I have come down to double check the situation. I'll leave this place to you, Grey Raven. Kamui and others are still in the outer engineering tunnel. I'll go meet them now. There are also some soldiers who just fell back in here. I'll entrust them to your care. Sure. Thanks for taking care of the outside. I'll contact you if there is a situation. Go investigate this place. Wow. You can walk. I know I'm supposed to go over there, but I want to see if there's anything I can, like, interact with or look at. Why is Guardian not back yet? Keburi. Jogging new animation unlocked. I don't feel like eating at all. At least have some porridge. You have to eat something. Talk to Liv. Are you done communicating with Commandant? Lee, how's it going? Yeah, everything should be fine. The Pularis crew are also doing good. Oh, did you come from outside? The Chilwan crew evacuated the people in the factory? My son. Don't worry, mister. He'll be alright. Should we change the topic? Got it. What's going on? Try to take a reasonable guess. I see. I knew it. Things will get better. Is that Yazoo? Chu and Pulau. Oops. Ah, damn it. I didn't mean to click. Shoot. But now that I think about it, she didn't really reject us back then, nor did she this time. I wonder if she has a better way to hold off the punishing outside. Pulau must be feeling very lost too. I'll go help the Pulau crew. I didn't mean to click. Damn it. Hanged, man. Too many people here. We don't have enough room to sit. Yeah, too many people. Resting over there. There's a construct over here. Kowloong crew construct. Talk to Pulau. Ah, looks like you're in a bad mood. Yeah, I thought I could hide it. The people on the Nighter still need us, but we don't even know how to defeat these enemies. And Han Ying. Huh, I'll go take a walk. She's so small. It's so adorable though, how tiny she is. Oh, there she is. Little sis. She's little sis. Oh, you're here too? Liv will come and treat you again later in the order of priority. Thanks. Alright, stop talking. Alright, just lay down. Little sis Pulau. I want to see if Liv has anything extra to say. Okay, let's talk to Chu then. What should I say? It feels a little awkward around here. I thought you were dead. No one could easily kill me. Gabriel? Only an ascendant. Feels a little awkward around here. The Kowloong people aren't intruders. You are. How they see me is their own business. This is where you usually stay? This is the center of Tabula Akasha. Of course it's my usual spot. Even if I die, I will die here. She's dedicated. What to do with the hetero creatures? Kowloong has its own method to defeat all invaders. We never fear war. They're strong as a nation. They're hella strong. Enough questions. Zip. Has no one told you that you should bow to a sovereign when entering her residence? Damn. She's whatever. I'll close one eye this time. Just don't touch anything. We're in a life-threatening crisis, and she's like, bow before me before you talk to me, peasant. But you called us for help. You can warm up a little bit at least. Did she? Well, not her specifically. Her people did. She's not saying. She's explicitly not saying she wants help, but instead of holding information from you, I would rather be open and honest. Don't disturb me. You can go there anytime to end this stage. Imagine that was a... You're playing Lee, not Commandant, trust. True, if it was Commandant then. After Chu acquiesced to people seeking refuge in the deeper parts of Tabula Akasha, an increasing number has been settled within this central control room. This hall, with its robust constructivist style, stands in stark contrast to the architectural aesthetics of Tabula Akasha and even the entirety of Kowloong. It appears out of place here, perhaps more fitting for the Arctic Route Union instead. But regardless, according to Chu, the central area is the safest place in Tabula Akasha. Excuse me. Despite the Kowloong crew of the Nighters dispersing residents to other locations at Baigui and Hengzhe's request, excuse me, this place remains overcrowded. The final group of people destined for this control room have arrived safely. Chaofeng, drained and weary, leans against the wall, staring blankly at the golden spiral at the center of the hall. Chaofeng and Pola returned to Kowloong from Babylonia yesterday afternoon, and since then Chaofeng hasn't had a moment's rest. After assessing the Niter and entering the clean zone, he immediately organized defenses when hetero creatures emerged in the auxiliary city, leading several counterattacks. Before Babylonia's reinforcements arrived, he directed the people of Kowloong to resist with all their strength. Not just him, but every member of the Kowloong crew, man, woman, young, old, human, or construct, hasn't taken a break since yesterday afternoon. Are you alright? After handing Chaofeng a bottle of electrolyte, you, also sleep-deprived from the night before, lean against the concrete wall not far from him. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks. Your first time fighting hetero creatures, right? Yeah, I've only read about them in reports before. Before we arrived yesterday, you managed to slow down the hetero creatures' attack with just tactics and shells. Not just with shells. There was also a cold fusion reactor. When I was in a defensive battle at another seaside location, It was almost an unstoppable force, even for Omega weapons and constructs. You all worked hard. Omega weapons? Can you send those weapons to fight in a sea of corpses and blood by themselves? Kowloong lets out a bitter laugh. Even with just the niter, our factories were churning out weapons and gear at full capacity. While I couldn't match the siege battle from decades back, we managed to revive a quarter of our military production lines. Just one night, we burned through over 13,000 tons of shells and still ended up losing dozens of crucial fortifications and warehouses. Without the niter making its way into the inner harbor, it would likely be nothing but scrap metal at this point. And now, we've even lost the Kowloong metropolis. In Kowloong's history, both people and weapons are important. Suddenly, a ripple of disturbance surges through the once silent crowd in the hall. Kowloong immediately rallies his body, standing alert. It seems there's some dispute over there. What's going on? Bang! A crisp gunshot rings out, echoing like a chess piece striking the board. Uh-oh. In the center of a small clearing, Chu stands encircled by the crowd as expected. Opposite her stands an individual, reminiscent of the encounter on the surface of Tabula Akasha. This time, however, the person is holding a gun pointed directly at Chu's forehead. Oh my god. This fucking dude. It's been a long time, Yin. I didn't see this coming, Chu. Yin disengages the safety of the gun. We meet again. I told you, after that you could do what you truly wanted to do. Easy for you to say. I couldn't take the position of the monarch of Kowloong from you and die back then. It was poor planning on my part. After that, you stripped me of my status, banished me from Kowloong, and I accepted it as the outcome I deserved as the loser. Do what you truly wanted to do. Easy for you to say, huh? But without Kowloong, what can I do? What meaning does my desired path hold? Now that Kowloong is lost, what can we do? Kowloong is not lost. It's still here. Take a look around you. Now, there's nothing left, Chu. He was alive, thought he killed himself. Need to reread it into it. He shows up again in Han Ying's patch and Floating Reverie. Like at the end of it, he shows up to talk to the hacker named Cradle, who was in jail at the time. And then during that like discussion, he gave the hacker like a gun, and then there was a gunshot, and it was like the hacker killed himself. So, oh well, I'm only at chapter 23, so it makes sense. Yeah, Floating Reverie happens sometime later. Now there's nothing left, Chu. Our ancestors entrusted you with this land, and look at it now. So many have died. What else do you have to say for yourself? Hand over control of Huashu. I know it only obeys the person with core authority. I'll take the reins in Kowloong. Use Huashu to expel these wretched monsters and revive the Chamber's prosperity. No, you cannot. Chu's voice remains cold, but her gaze isn't on Yin. Instead, she scans the surroundings as if urgently searching for something. You cannot bear these responsibilities. Don't you get it? Even if you don't hand over Huashu now, the people you abandoned, the ones you rejected, will make you do so. If I hadn't rejected you back then, you wouldn't be standing here today. Father was not wrong about you, Yin. Your restlessness and short-sightedness are flaws that you can't shake off. You have no right to lecture me here. Chu appears entirely unfazed by the possibility of Yin opening fire. Jeez. After all, she knows her brother, who has grown up alongside her better than anyone. We received the same education, Yin. Just like each of us has our own mission to fulfill and things we must do. It seems those words aren't for her brother. I won't justify my actions, nor will I seek forgiveness for them. Do what you must. Bang. She falls backward onto the ground without even a groan, still clutching her glaive tightly in her hand. The head of the Kowloong Chamber of Commerce, the leader of the corporation and monarch of Kowloong, Ju, is killed by a bullet from 32 years ago, piercing straight into her chest. No, it wasn't me. Who did it? A short, frail woman emerges from the crowd. Covered in dust and dried blood, her eyes are brimming with exhaustion and pain. She resembles many Kowloong people who have endured this hellish night, but right now all eyes are fixed on the still smoking dark barrel of the gun in her hand. It's a military-grade anti-construct pistol from the world government, outfitted with special 9.33mm bullets designed to incapacitate them. It is unattainable without a special order from either the Parliament or the Purifying Force. Some people just happen to have access to one of those special orders. It's all over. Yeah, I had a feeling it was her. That really was a... no combat. Oh. 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 Oh my. Oh no. That's a lot. Oh my god. I understand we can drop this here. Yeah, I was honestly just thinking. Oh, this is okay. This is where that. Okay. I mentioned it before, but I remember someone on the subreddit for PGR posting a screenshot of like 8 dialogue nodes. This is where it is. From Silent Night and Witching Hour, they both have 4 nodes of dialogue. So it's going to be a lot of reading for tomorrow. Yeah, that's a lot. Alright, considering how there's 37 nodes in total, I think it's 37, right? Let me double check. 37. Let's see. Yes, 37 nodes. So we can do, we'll end it off with 12 nodes done today, and probably another 12 or 13 nodes tomorrow, and then the remaining on the 3rd day. We'll see. Rest up that voice, get you some tea, Lord Narrator. I'm doing y'all a service for reading this shit. Ugh. Why isn't the story voiced? If no one will do it, I will. I'll take up that mantle. That is the true measure of a chief. Alrighty. That's good enough for me for tonight. I'll continue tomorrow. So with that being said, thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. As I said, I'll continue this tomorrow, starting from dash 12 here. I'll go in order of the node number, so we're going to go from slumber. It feels like it's only 13, it's 12, 13, and 14 for slumber. Wow! It's going to be a lot. Alright, again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Alright, see you tomorrow for the continuation of Polaris Bond Part 2. Thank you. Bye! Bye-bye.
仕事を少し手伝おうか。その目は疑ってるの？口にはしてないけど、なんかバカにされ